Ghost is no easy task, but do not for even a second question its necessity.
Well, everyone, welcome back to a very exciting episode of the Storybox podcast. Today, my friends, I'm delighted to welcome Chloe Cole to the Storybox. Now, I know a lot of you have been asking me to have her on the show, and really have to say thank you, not to me, but to her for actually agreeing to be on my show today. And I'm very much looking forward to unboxing her incredible story and the amazing work that she is doing surrounding this entire trans debate that is going on in society at the moment. But I'm going to do something right now that I've been starting to do more and more regarding the introductions of my show. So instead of me gushing about all the wonderful things that you're doing, Chloe, I thought that it would be better if you gushed about yourself, about who you are and what you do. So I'm going to spin it on you now. So who are you, Chloe, and what do you do?
Yeah, so my name is Chloe Cole, and I'm a detransitioner and a former trans-identified kid. And I went through the whole process of transitioning medically and detransitioning all while I was still under the age of 18. I started transitioning socially, meaning that I was cutting my hair shorter and changing the way that I present.
So how dare you ever claim it's not happening to children? Children are.
Myself and my name at the age of 12. Before less than a year later, I was put onto the path of medical transition, starting with puberty blockers for about a month. And after that period, I was put on testosterone as well. And I was on the blockers for about a year, and the testosterone for about 3 years. And about 2 years in, when I was still a sophomore in high school, I don't really know what the Australian equivalent is, but I was 15 years old when I underwent a double mastectomy. I had my breasts removed, and I only detransitioned about 11 months after that, because I realized that one day I wanted to become a mother, and I really wanted to embrace my role as a woman. But now a huge part of me as a woman and as an aspiring mother was taken from me forever. And if I were to continue going down this path, I wouldn't be able to pursue my goals. And since then, for about a year now, I've been speaking out about my experience transitioning as a kid, and just talking about why this is never an appropriate intervention for children and why it's dangerous.
Well, can I just say, first and foremost, welcome to the Storybox. I'm grateful that you're here. And I want to start with, we'll dive into everything that went on in just a moment. But I wanted to start off with you speaking out, and you're talking about your own story, and you're also part of a lot of these legislative bans that have been going on, which is a great thing, banning transition for minors. And it's come with a great deal of blowback, has it not? Like, can you explain the level of blowback that you have been receiving?
Oh yeah, I get a lot of hate for what I do, just for speaking out about my story. And it's something that I expected from the very beginning, because I got a lot of hate from and was ostracized by the transgender community. The moment that I started talking about my transition regret and how I was hardened by transition.
Iron Banner.
Why do you think people are now hating you for detransitioning? Why do you think you are getting a lot of hate from, obviously, the trans community?
I feel like it stems from a mixture of fear and jealousy. The most hate that I had gotten was from older people who had transitioned, who weren't yet on hormones, or they were barely on it, but felt like it was too late to really reverse all the changes that their body
is yours for the taking.
has already developed.
Yeah.
And the narrative in the trans community that is that the younger you do it, the more ideal it is, because then your body won't develop as many of the secondary sex characteristics that will make you dysphoric, and therefore you will be happier in your body. But that narrative doesn't really take into account just how dangerous, how much damage that causes to the body. It's very much a rosy, introspective bias in that these people look back and they think that, oh, if I just did this when I was younger, things would be so much better. I would be able to actually look like the opposite sex if I just transitioned as a kid, when really it's not quite so simple.
Do you believe that there is such a thing as trans kids?
Absolutely not. I believe that there are kids out there who are confused and lacking guidance or a community around them. I believe that there are girls and boys out there who have body image issues and autism and other underlying issues that may result in them not wanting to be or associate with their own sex. But there is never such thing as a trans child.
Yep.
Ever.
I totally agree with you on that front, and this whole narrative of we need to protect trans kids, and I'm going, what trans kids? Nobody is born being trans. I mean, intersex is a different category entirely, and I don't want to go down a massive rabbit hole with intersex people, but for the vast majority of the population, you're born either male or female, and that's it. Like, you can't change your biological construct, but yet the whole narrative of you can, and we must transition these kids because they feel like they don't belong in their biology.
Right. I mean, a lot of trans people use intersex people as sort of a scapegoat. Yeah. Like, they say, well, there's these people who are born with ambiguous genitalia or something in between, so that must mean that a lot of trans people claim to be intersex without having been diagnosed with the condition. And it is a very real condition, but it's very exceedingly rare. And the clinical term for it is disorders in sexual development. And usually these disorders, almost every single one of them is sex-specific. And people who have these conditions are still either one sex or the other. So it really reinforces why the sex binary is important.
The intersex people are just born, they're born with an extra chromosome, I think. It's like you're either XXY or XYX, something of that specific nature, I believe. So, which is, like you said, it's a very rare occurrence to actually happen.
Now you are the wolf. Finish the hunt.
That does indeed happen to some people, but this whole trans narrative of people choosing to identify as that, it's not the same thing. It's
really not the same thing, because this is a physical condition, whereas having gender dysphoria is a psychiatric condition, and being transgender is just a way of treating it.
When you look at gender dysphoria, for those people that don't actually know what it really is and what it comes down to, what goes on in the brain, how do you define gender dysphoria?
I mean, it has a pretty broad definition of being really any sort of discomfort with one's sex, especially with their secondary sex characteristics. Say, like developed breasts in women, or the male or female genitalia, or one's body shape. And this often relates to a person's inner sense of identity having to do with their sex.
Yep.
These people have a desire to actually become the opposite sex because they are not comfortable with their own.
Why do you think...
But I don't believe this necessarily means that they have to transition. These feelings are often comorbid with other conditions like learning disorders or personality disorders or previous
3 minutes remain.
familial
Keep the pressure and you
or sexual trauma. especially from childhood.
This whole idea that people choose to identify as being the opposite sex, even though they may not have actually gone through any puberty blockers, they may not have gone through any hormones, no surgery at all, and they still claim to be trans. How do
Fuck off, teammates. Get out of the way.
you react to that kind of narrative that is being pushed at the moment?
I mean,
That's two. You are in control.
really none of those things, no matter how many interventions you go under, whatever medications or hormones you take, whatever surgeries you get, whatever parts of your body
The hunt is over.
you change, it won't actually make you the opposite sex. Because that's an
The
immutable
howl of
trait.
the wolf is not
That's
the
something
end.
that is determined
Be vigilant.
when we are conceived. And you can do your best to become the mimicry of the other sex, but it will never
Has ended.
actually come to fruition. That being said, there are a lot of people who use the trans label without really making any effort to transition at all. And I remember back when I was transitioning, for a few years there was a debate over whether you had to medically transition or even feel any gender dysphoria
Keep pushing. The
in
hunt
order
has
to be
ended.
trans. But then it really negates the point of transitioning. Because what is there? This is a treatment for a condition that you don't have.
And then they just create this entire new narrative of
It's
gender.
almost
And then the gender is now more important than biological sex, and they deny
Victory is within
biological
your
sex
grasp.
as being
Fight.
in existence and actual of relevance and real importance to society, and everyone else in society is
Victory is
living
yours.
like fully within their biological construct, and they're happy with it, and they're looking at a small minority of people that
You made
may
it look
not be
almost
happy with it
effortless.
for whatever reason.
I know better.
We have spoken about it's a psychological mental health disorder that is going on. So I guess my main question to you is why do you think it is becoming such a massive cultural issue today, especially amongst politicians, the media?
Why the frickin' hell do teammates keep getting right in front of you? Do they not ever look at the mini-map? Do they not ever open their eyes and see that there's a teammate in front of them? How stupid are people? Oh wait, they fell for the bullshit of Simon says there's a COVID, so fuck COVID they believe.
And a lot of activists now are coming out, and even celebrities too. Like, why is there this massive push to transition kids to everything else?
I'm so sorry, that whole part just cut out for me.
Oh, sorry.
I think I'm having some connection issues.
No, it's okay. So I guess my main question to you is, why do you think that there is this massive push at the moment amongst politicians, amongst the media, amongst so many people to transition kids first and then just try and make this at the forefront of society? Because there's this small minority group that is now at the forefront of society at the moment. So why do you think there is this massive push?
Well, there is a big monetary incentive to push this younger and younger. Because these Democratic politicians are being paid to promote this by...
To literally look up the definition of government, you will have your jaw hit the floor and will never come back up. You'll realize it's all a ploy, it's all a game, it's all a circus. Left hand fighting over the right hand. They all claim they're gonna do one thing and never do it. They all say they're never gonna do something else, but always do that. It's always one person being paid for by the same families throughout history. Oh, and what do you know? The same families keep paying for wars. If you fall for the government bullshit scam, you would have never picked up a dictionary and opened it or read. Govern. Control. Ment from mentis in Latin, meaning the mind. And when you actually look at the dictionary term of it, it literally states control. So stop saying democratic, blah blah blah. If you fall for the government bullshit, if you fall for a party crap, you fell for the bullshit. Governor is something that controls, regulates the output, input. Learn your English, folks. Learn the words you speak and say.
Pharmaceutical and medical industries. And the younger you transition to patient, the more likely they're guaranteed to be a patient for life. I mean, you start them on puberty blockers as young as possible, and then put them on hormones. And then you go to the surgeries. And oftentimes, the younger you start these puberty blockers, the less tissue they'll have that they'll need in order to have a surgical sex reassignment. And so there will be complications upon complications with all these procedures, and it often makes it so that these patients will need more and more medical interventions to treat these. And especially until the later stages of being on hormones and after having any sort of bottom surgeries, at least the ones that remove your gonads, your body won't be able to produce these hormones in the amount that you need anymore. And so you'll have to be taking the hormones for the rest of your life.
And do these patients at all get told by the doctors, in your experience, about what is involved with these surgeries? Or any of the risks?
Yeah, I mean, I was given on all the consent forms and in the papers that I had to sign for these, a list of side effects, but they weren't completely comprehensive. Many of the side effects listed were vague. In the consultations that I had for testosterone, my endocrinologist and I discussed some of these complications, but they were in very vague terms. Like, she asked me if I knew that I would experience vaginal atrophy, which to me was just the thinning of the lining of tissue in there, and it would cause maybe a little bit of discomfort, maybe some pain, maybe, I mean, down the line, I could just treat it with a topical estrogen treatment, and I thought it would be fine. And eventually I did do that after about a year of being on testosterone, but I wasn't told that this atrophy actually affected more than just that one organ in the reproductive system. In fact, it would affect the other organs, such as my uterus and my cervix, and even just organs in the pelvic area outside of the reproductive system. I actually started to experience issues with my urinary tract, and I became prone to getting UTIs. Sometimes it would even get to the point that I would feel discomfort and I would get blood in my urine, and sometimes even bits of tissue. And I was also told that I may find it difficult to conceive children after being on testosterone for some time. And I was 13 when I was going to these appointments, and when I started on it, I was a kid myself. So it's kind of unreasonable to expect me as a child to be able to make decisions around my own reproductive health, especially because I didn't really have very comprehensive sex ed, and I didn't know yet what things like ovulation or even what a cervix was. I didn't know what the fallopian tubes were. I only knew that I had a period, I didn't like it, and then after my period, somehow I would be able to get pregnant. I didn't know that there are 4 stages of the menstrual cycle. I didn't know what ovulation was. And yet, none of this was explained to me. The adults who knew all this did not help me to.
Did you
And
ask
they,
at all?
they just allowed me, as the patient, to make an uninformed decision on my own treatment.
Were you able to ask them at all what any of this meant? And did any of them explain at all?
I mean, I asked a little bit about the atrophy. Again, it was explained in very vague terms, and when I was told about the potential consequences for my fertility, I just thought of it as like, well, I mean, why would I want to have kids? I don't want to have kids.
You're 13.
And,
13-year-old wants to have
and
kids.
and I also wasn't told about, she didn't talk to me about any ways that I could preserve my fertility, and I just assumed that it was because I would be too young. And even if I wasn't able to conceive children, I thought that I could just get like a surrogate or something, and like take the eggs out of my own body or go through IVF or something if I wanted to have kids down the line, which it's really not that simple. Those procedures come with their own risks, and they're very difficult on the body,
What was going
as
through?
was all this.
I can honestly imagine, because I myself have experienced UTIs on and off for a long period of time, and it sucks. So I feel for you and the pain that goes with that. But I wanted to ask you, when you're getting tissue and you got blood and that's all happening, what's going through your mind initially? Because you're so young.
I mean, when I started getting the UTIs, I mean, it was really shameful for me because I was supposed to be a boy, but I still had female anatomy, and I was dealing with issues relating to that. And so I was scared to go to the doctor for a while because I didn't want to go to like an appointment with a gynecologist because I'm supposed to be a boy. And I brought it up a few times with my doctors, and their response was pretty slow, and they just assumed that it was the atrophy and the blood clots and tissue in my urine were just a result of infections, and that if they gave me antibiotics or just flippantly diagnosed me with something without ever giving me an exam, it would just be okay. And as I've gone off testosterone, I haven't really experienced it since. When I initially went off, it actually got a lot worse, and that was when I started having tissue appear in my urine. But I haven't been able to get like an actual like culturing of whatever this is, or like an actual exam. So I guess I'll just never have any idea what was happening.
So this is
And
all,
then-
that's right.
Yeah, and I also, before I started on the topical estrogen treatment, about a year or so in, very intermittently and very rarely, I would sometimes get really sharp pains in my uterus, much more painful than any period I ever had, and it would be so bad that I would just drop to the floor, and I just wouldn't know what to do with myself. And this went away after I was being put on the, after I started using the estrogen suppository, but it was just another Band-Aid on top of the treatment that's really is also a Band-Aid itself.
Did your endocrinologist tell you at all that this wasn't in fact normal, like this stuff shouldn't be happening? Was she aware of that?
Yeah, but then because I suggested another treatment because that was I did my research on this before, and this seemed to be the way to treat it. She just let me go along with that. And that was pretty much how it was throughout the course of my transition with almost every single doctor that I had.
Allowing you to consent to everything. Which brings up the other question as to why can't kids consent to this kind of stuff, in your opinion?
Well, for one, I mentally, cognitively, emotionally, socially, I really wasn't very developed. And in a lot of ways, I was actually behind my peers because I have a learning disorder. I was previously diagnosed with ADHD, which I believe to be an erroneous diagnosis, and I think I'm actually on the spectrum. But I was untreated throughout my childhood, and my doctors refused to diagnose me with it. And even if I didn't have this condition, any kid just doesn't have the appropriate psychological development or experience or knowledge about the world to make a decision on something like this. I mean, this is something that's going to affect you in every single area of your life, down to the way you think, to how you socialize, your relationships, your relationship with your family, your friends, romantically, sexually, the way that your fertility and your sexual function and the overall picture of your health. It's going to affect all of that. That's a lot for an adult to take on. So there's no way that any kid should be expected to do the same.
I spoke with Helen Joyce, who wrote Trans, When Ideology Meets Reality, and she was telling me she's not even sure an adult can make this kind of decision for themselves, because really it just denies all sense of reality and rationale and everything that goes along with that. And
denies humanity, because let's face it, let's get to brass tacks. Two men can never make another human. Two females can never make another human. So you're denying the existence of life. You deny reality. You're the only life form in any existence that has any sense that you're better than God. That you can deny one's nature. And if you look at it, this is the reason why birth rates are in such decline to a scary level. Here's the truth. So no child, no man, no human, no adult can ever consent to this bullshit because they're denying reality.
forcing
Right,
this down onto a child.
Right. I mean, a lot of these patients who present with gender dysphoria, both the adults and the children, they're already deluded. Their minds are already outside of the bounds of reality, and they need help, not these iatrogenic treatments that cause further issues down the line. Oftentimes, they're not in a mental state where they can learn what these treatments really mean, how it will really affect them.
And there's no
to be able to make
studies.
A decision such as this
No,
that will affect their body and their mind.
you're right. It will significantly have damaging effects in the long term. They don't have any long-term positive studies to say that this is actually going to be beneficial for a child, let alone an adult, to transition in the way.
The studies they do have out there, all, and I repeat again, all show it does nothing but cause people to kill themselves. Why? Because it's a mental problem and they need mental help, and to cater to their made up fantasies isn't helping anything, it's making things worse.
That they want you to transition, but yet this is the kind of messaging that's going on. I mean, I read this morning how at Texas Children's Hospital, the youngest patient that they were transitioning surgically, I believe was 11 years old. Absolutely insane. It really is. And it just makes me wonder, where are the parents in all of this? Allowing that to actually happen to a child. I mean, the level of butchery that goes on with that.
I mean, there are a lot of parents out there. They're often referred to as Munchausen's parents because they place their own feelings onto their children and claim that they have this condition and that they truly are of the opposite sex. And so they should be happier by transitioning and coerce their own children into going down this path. But most of these parents aren't like that. I mean, I think they're the ones, they're being just as hurt by this as their own children, because they're being told lies by these doctors who are supposed to help not only their child as a patient, but their families, telling them that there is no other option, that if their kid is denied these treatments, it will be a life or death situation. They will die, and that the blood will be on the hands of the parents. And that's exactly what they did with my mom and dad.
What was the conversation like between your parents and yourself with all this?
I actually didn't know about this until very recently when I was having a conversation with them about my appointments. And I believe that this conversation was had between the doctors and my parents without me. So I didn't really have a say in any of this. But this happened after I started telling my parents that I really wanted to transition medically because I was just going further and further into distress as I socially transitioned. And people still perceived me as a girl. And I found that really painful. And it wasn't enough for me. I wanted to actually be physically more like a boy. And I wanted to be perceived as such. And I just kept pushing and pushing until my parents got more concerned and they decided to have an appointment with my doctors to ask them questions, to voice their concerns about why I wanted this so badly. Whether there was any other option, why I just couldn't wait until I was a legal adult to make these decisions. And they were lied to.
What was the doctor saying to your parents?
Well, they told them, well, I think it's pretty clear why she's pushing for this. I mean, it's not normal for a kid to be pushing
burns brightly in you all.
to be the opposite gender. She knows what she wants. And if you force her to go through puberty, if you don't affirm her decision to transition, then it's very possible that she will kill herself. Which wasn't true, by the way. I wasn't suicidal until I started transitioning medically.
So you didn't have
And it
any,
kept getting worse the further I went.
you didn't have any initial signs of you wanting to end your life prior to any of the surgery that you had, or any of the hormones? Nothing?
No. I mean, I was in a considerable amount of distress, I would say, but that was mostly because of school and my social situation. I felt like I was very alone. I didn't really have very many friends, and I was turning to the internet for that sort of support and connection.
Did you find any?
And I had some body image issues.
What was that, sir?
And I had
All of
body
you
image
together,
issues.
like
That
iron
was
balls.
where all this largely stemmed from. I didn't feel like I was ever going to be enough as a woman.
Where do you think that came from, that thought?
Well, while social media gave me a sort of community that I didn't really have with my peers in
Find your
person,
prey and end them. The flames have
a
gone
lot of the
cold.
stuff that I would see on the internet was... it was content that, especially on Instagram, which is the main platform that I used at the time, much of it was very sexualized, very idealized pictures and videos of women. Many of them were very beautiful. Many of them were wearing a lot of makeup or very sexual or compromising poses or clothing. And I just felt like, I mean, I don't look like that. Like, is there something wrong with me? I started puberty fairly early, and I think that is a big part of it because I became very conscious of my own body from a very young age. And it was really difficult for me to deal with from the comments that I would sometimes hear from adults and my own peers.
Let the wolves
And having all these images to compare myself to. And I had a habit of comparing myself to my friends and my family members, and I felt like I just couldn't match up. And I also had always been a bit of a tomboy in a lot of ways. More so as I got older, especially as I hit puberty, I started to like having my hair short and being more outdoorsy. And
the hunt
I
has ended.
didn't like wearing things like dresses or skirts anymore. And I wanted to play rough and sort of be one of the boys. And it was something that I enjoyed, but it was also quite lonely because I felt like I didn't really fit in. And I felt that
The hunt is on.
I neither acted
This is your
nor looked
fight well.
nor felt feminine enough. And I had a very negative image of what womanhood would be like. I mean, once you hit puberty, then
The flames have gone
you start
cold.
to experience your breasts and your body growing in ways that you don't really expect. And you start to have periods every single month for about half your lifetime. And then it's very possible that you can get pregnant. And that is a very difficult experience. And childbirth especially was scary to me, especially with the way that
The hunt
I
has
would
ended.
hear other girls talking about it. It was made out to be one of the worst things in the world. And the way that they even spoke of the growing fetus was like it was a parasite feeding off of the woman's body. And so I developed a fear of pregnancy. And I thought that all being a woman had
The fires are lit.
was just pain.
Find your prey
And I didn't
end
understand that all these things, no matter how painful or difficult they were actually gifts.
them. 3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and
You're
you
right,
have
they
them.
are tremendous gifts, but when you're going through it, it's incredibly painful. I mean,
Quiet. Return
any
to the
woman
fight.
going through puberty, especially early, can be a rather traumatic
You
experience
are in
for them.
control. Show
Any
them
child,
what it means.
male or female,
Excuse me.
okay, any child, male or female that is going through puberty, it is a rough time for them. And I feel for a lot of kids. I really do, because I went through puberty
The howls
young.
are quiet.
I was very much
Return
aware
to the fight.
of things that were growing and how I was
You are in
feeling in the
control.
world, and a lot of that came down to experiences
Don't let up till it's
that
over.
I had as a young kid, and it is tough. And me looking at the rest of the world and trying to figure out whether or not I could fit in
Stronger.
amongst my social groups and things of that nature, and I was bullied, I was really ridiculed as well. So I can understand on that level. I mean, I'll never understand what it's like to be a woman because I know I'm not one, but
Of course.
I've heard from not just you, but so many other young women that have such traumatic times going through puberty, and it's really, really rough. And they don't necessarily have a great deal of support from their peers. Social media has made it incredibly worse now because they're wrestling with what's happening with their body versus their mind versus societal pressures, and then they're getting all this false information, and they can't really comprehend it all. So how are you meant to help a child through all of that?
Right. It doesn't help now that there's a lot of like third wave feminists and like anti-natalist dogma out there now that's saying like having children is, say, it's horrible for your body, it's horrible for your environment, it's horrible for society, you shouldn't do it, and you'll be happier without kids. And so it really devalues the ability that women have to create a child with their own body. And even if you don't really want to have children, that's still a gift that you have that is to be valued and appreciated. And now it's being completely downplayed. And you're going through these things throughout a good portion of your life and not really seeing any purpose in it.
And you're expecting a child to become an adult as a child, and you're pushing all this pressure on them to figure out life super quickly. It's like, hurry up your experiences of life. I remember feeling that as a young teenager, and I wanted to, at the age of, I think it was 13 and 14, I ended up getting in this relationship with a girl. I had no idea about the world of mental health before then, and she exposed me to the world of cutting, the world of depression, the world of all these things that no child should really ever be exposed to. And then I became depressed, I became suicidal, and then my parents freaked out. They had no idea what to do. But in contrast to that, imagine a child like yourself going to their parent and saying, I don't feel like I am a girl anymore, or I don't feel like I am a boy. And the parent's going, well, how do I navigate this? Like, the parent doesn't really have much information at their fingertips, so they go to a professional for help, but the professional they go to says, oh, you should listen to your child knows best. But your parent doesn't really necessarily know, because they don't want you to be in pain anymore if you're in significant pain and distress, and yet they've got a doctor now saying you should listen to your child. They're trying to tell you that they're in pain and distress, and the only option here is for you to go along with what your child is wishing and what your child wants. I mean, how does a parent even rationalize that at all? It doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't, but that's exactly what happened with my parents. They weren't really given any second opinion. This was the path that we had to take, they said. And I think that my parents did the best with what they had, which wasn't very much, unfortunately.
I think every parent is trying to do the very best for their child. A vast majority of them are. Some parents are just nuts and
let the contest
believe in
begin.
certain ideologies, and they do things that shouldn't be done to any child. That's really unfortunate and tragic, because the child's got no idea. If a child is like 4 or 5 years old and says to their mum or their dad, they feel like they're in the wrong body, let's say, and the parent goes, okay, sure, we're going to start you on hormones, we're going to take you to a gender affirming person that is going to help you navigate through this. What child really knows that? You can't. As an adult, you should know better, but a lot of them don't. Instead, they just believe in a ton of lies, and it's really, really sad. It really is.
Lies are oftentimes all that these doctors are giving their patients and their families, saying that you have to affirm these feelings, this delusion that your child actually is
The flames are
your
lit,
daughter
and you
and not your son,
pray.
or your son is not your daughter. It's almost sort of an abuse tactic in how they tell their parents. Like, it's life or death. There is no other thing. There's nothing else you can do about this.
The howls are quiet.
Heaps that
Return
you
to
can
the
do
fight.
about it, but really they just want more money.
Absolutely.
Like, they convince you and the parent of the lie more and more. They only affirm the lie
Let
more
the
and more.
wolves hunt.
And it's amazing to me how doctors take the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm, and yet they're doing incredible amounts of harm. It's beyond me. And do they get away with it? Is your doctor going to get away with it?
Well, I guess we'll
The
see.
hunt has ended.
Because earlier this year, I filed a lawsuit
Together, nothing
against
can
every single
stop.
doctor who got me to these interventions. And also against my entire healthcare provider as well, in the hospital where I underwent surgery.
Thank God for
I
that.
haven't had any proceedings yet, but I'm really excited, a little bit nervous, but I'm very hopeful.
Your
And
power is an inspiration.
my motivations in doing
Find
that
your prey
are
and
that,
end them.
I mean, they lied to me. This was fraud. They lied to me and my parents that this treatment would help. And they caused me harm in doing so. And since I've discovered that, I regretted this. And I've been having serious complications from it.
Return
They
to the
haven't been
fight.
helping me. And I desperately need help. I need care.
5 minutes left.
But
Sound tactics so
it's
far.
also that I want to create a precedent for people who haven't
You're
been
the ones
treatments
of
and
all
that
talks about.
for
The
people who
flames
got
are
these
ignited.
treatments
Let
feel
the
trapped
wolves
by them,
hunt.
who have been harmed physically, psychologically by these treatments. Get justice for themselves as well.
Let
Which
the
I think
wolves
is
rest.
really
The
incredible,
hunt
the
is
fact that
over.
you're still really young, you're still 18 years old, and it's as if like you've been forced to become almost 30 years
The
old
hunt is on.
straight away. It's amazing to me how
The hunt
you
has
articulate yourself really, really well, and you actually are a very, very smart woman. Very smart. Smarter than me in many, many ways, to be honest with you. Like when I was reading a lot of the things you were saying, I'm like, far out, I can't even articulate myself in this manner. It's like the English language has gone well beyond me in some respects. I was the one that did advanced English in high school. So, I mean, congratulations
The
to
hunt
you,
has
honestly.
Thank you.
But, you've testified, I guess, before Congress, is that correct?
Not yet.
Not yet.
But I have testified locally in the state legislature.
And what's that experience like?
It's gotten easier over the past year. I was very nervous when I first started, but I guess you guys
2 down.
ever not wanted to do it throughout the whole experience. I mean, it's not something that I ever thought that I would be doing, but it's really exciting stuff. I really enjoy doing it. I like writing my speeches and then presenting them and seeing my work pay off, and also just knowing that I'll be helping at least one kid out there.
Now you
Can I take you back a little bit to when you were 16 or 15, when you chose to have your breast removed? Am I able to ask you what was going through your mind when that decision was made and then after you were removed?
Yeah, so I had a few motivations in undergoing the
return to the
vasectomy.
fight.
The
You
main one
almost
being
won,
that
but don't let up.
now
They
that
won't.
I was well into my transition, I was on hormones for a few years, and now I looked and sounded like a boy, and everybody knew me as one. I wanted the rest of my body to reflect that. I wasn't really interested in having sex for time because I knew that would be too primitive of a surgery for me. to undergo, and
Congratulations
satisfied
on a
with what I had.
hard-fought victory.
but I didn't want to have breasts anymore. I wanted to be able to take off my shirt just like any other boy. And I also wanted to stop using my binder, which my binders were these compression devices that I wore every day, that they were in a shape similar to like a tank top, but in the chest area, it was a compression garment that was designed to flatten the appearance of my breasts. But it wasn't perfect. I looked like I had a flat chest when I wore t-shirts over it, but it was still kind of awkward and unnaturally flat looking. And it was also very uncomfortable. I mean, I live in Central California, and it gets really hot here. During like the warmer season, it can get anywhere from like 95 to like 115 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know how much that is in Celsius, but
It's hot.
yeah, awfully hot. And I would wear this thing every day for roughly about like 8 to 12 hours a day, because I had 8 hour school days. And basically whenever I went out of the house, whenever I like went grocery shopping, clothes shopping, camping, seeing family, having guests over at my house, working out, swimming, doing any sort of physical activity, because I didn't want my breasts to be visible. And as comforting as it was that they weren't visible, I hated wearing this thing every day. It just wasn't pleasant. And another reason why I had the surgery that wasn't really obvious to me at the time, and until well after I stopped transitioning, was that I actually had trauma that was of the sexual sort. In my 8th grade year, I got bullied by other students for transitioning, because, I mean, it's middle school. We're all barely hitting puberty. We're all in our tweens and teens, and we gotta take out those emotions somehow, right?
Yep.
People aren't very nice at that age.
Nope.
And it was kind of to be expected. But one day, this particular boy who had been harassing me throughout the school year went too far, and he actually sexually assaulted me. He walked up to me in the middle of a classroom, and he looked me in the eyes, and he squeezed my breasts. And I was already transitioning at this point in time, so it really just made me very conscious of this area of my body that I already didn't like very much. And I was also in a classroom that was very crowded. There were a lot of other students in there, and also the teacher, but nobody seemed to notice or care. And those things made it feel like how I felt wasn't important. And because I was trying to be a boy now, I had to just man up and be tough about it and not complain about it, because that was what I was supposed to do. And I couldn't trust that anybody was going to help me, because there were girls telling me that this boy would never hurt me. I mean, he wasn't always very nice, but he would never actually touch me. He wouldn't actually harm me in any way. And I felt like my trust with other girls was really broken because of that, because it wasn't true. I trusted their judgment. And the public school system just sucks. I mean, incidents like this don't really get very harsh of a punishment as they should. And I knew that if I told like a teacher about it, if I told the office about it, the kid would probably just receive like a 2-day suspension or something, and then come back, and it could make the situation worse. And I didn't want to go through that, so I just kept it to myself. And because I was in the mentality of, well, I'm a boy, so I should just act like a boy, right? Because boys will be boys. By thinking like that, I wasn't really giving myself an opportunity to process how it was really affecting me. And I didn't even recognize it as an incident of sexual assault for a while.
I'm sorry that actually happened to you, and I'm sorry that you weren't able to feel confident or really able to speak up about it. So that incident was, I guess, a catalyst in a way for you having the double vasectomy?
Yes, that was when I started binding, actually.
Wow.
That was when I started to start hiding my breasts. Because I didn't want that to happen ever again. I had to defend myself some way.
So you wearing this binder, did that hurt you every single day? You wearing it?
I mean, most of the discomfort from wearing it was mostly because of the excess body heat and like the fabric sticking to my skin. But it wasn't really causing me pain per se. I mean, other people, I read about and listened to other people talking about their experience binding, and a lot of them said that they struggled to find like an appropriate size one, or they're using like tape to do it and they got injuries from that, or even from using like a regular binder, they were getting pains in their breasts, in the middle of their chest, in their rib cage, in their upper back, and I never experienced any of that, so I just thought it was okay. But it actually caused my ribs to flare out a little bit, and to this day, it's been about 3 or so years since I last wore one, and those deformities are still just ever so slightly visible, and it's not too bad, and it doesn't cause me any pain, but it's just one of the many reminders I have of what happened.
What goes through your mind today when you look at your chest area, seeing those scars?
I mean, it's not really the scars that bother me so much as it is the skin grafts that they used as part of the surgery. The incision they chose for me was the double mastectomy. It's called the double mastectomy with nipple grafts, meaning that they actually remove and relocate the areolas onto a different area of the chest to make it look like it's in a more masculine position after they take out the breast tissue. And they haven't really fully healed. And I'd say that the healing has even started to regress, and I've started having complications from that. Because now,
hey, Hero,
as of
I got a problem with
almost a
school,
year ago,
and I figured with you and me being
they
such
started
good
to leak clear
friends,
fluid.
you could go
And
resolve it. Thanks, pal.
nothing I've done has really cleared it up, and I have to wear bandages every day because of this. Whether I'm going through my day or going to sleep, I have to prevent it from getting on my my clothing and on my bed. And I don't know what this is. I've tried to go back to my doctor. I've tried to go back to my surgeon and tell him that not only that I regretted this surgery, but I feel like I shouldn't have been allowed to go through that painful it was, but also that I was experiencing one serious complications. And he was very dismissive of my concerns and actually gave me advice that, well, it gave me a skin infection, first of all, and it didn't address the problems that I'm having. And I still don't know what's going on in this area of my body. I've never really seen or heard of anything like this before.
Have you tried to go to a new doctor at all?
I mean, as long as I'm with Kaiser Permanente is kind of the only treatment that I can expect, really. I'm gonna try to get another appointment with a different doctor who is a surgeon, just to maybe do like a culturing of the fluid to figure out what it is and what's going on in the skin there. But I don't really expect any treatment or anything to resolve as long as I'm with them. And because they're not only my healthcare provider, they're also my insurance. So they're not going to cover anything if I go outside of my network.
Are you comfortable with talking about the level of cost involved with things like this?
Yeah.
How much do you reckon, like, level of expenses that would have no doubt been occurred for all of this would have been extreme, right?
I mean, here in the States, the way it works is that you can choose to stay under your parents' insurance plan up until you're about 25 or 26 years old. So I would have been in the clear for quite a few years, but that being said, because I was under my parents' insurance, they were the ones who were mostly handling this, and so I don't really have any specifics on how much this costs, and it was, by California state law, required to be covered by insurance anyways. So the only thing that we really had to pay for was like co-pays for the appointments and for the surgeries, which were, I think, between like
Sounds like a lead.
$50
Yeah, but
to
they're cagey about the details, so
each.
I need you to check it out.
So I'm not sort of familiar with the insurance system in the US. They pretty much cover everything.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
From the testosterone, the blockers, to the surgery.
Wow.
And even the topical estrogen treatment that I was prescribed.
I've heard some horror instances regarding the healthcare system in the US and insurance and all that stuff, so I was just very curious in that respect, especially for California, too, being a very blue state at the moment with Gavin Newsom, but that's another story.
Oh, hey, the ground is scorched here.
But
It's like
It's horrific.
high flow,
horrific, yes.
dark ether. Air's ionized. Looks like the hive
I
and
wanted
scorch drifted out
to
of this
ask
gate.
you, what was the catalyst for you actually deciding to speak out about this? It's no easy thing to do, getting vulnerable and sharing what's happened to you.
I think part of it was the response that I got from the trans community just for speaking out about my experience. At first, I gave into the pressure to stop speaking up about it for a while because I didn't want to keep being harassed and hearing things like, you're harming us by talking about your experience, or you're just making everybody uncomfortable and your experience is not important.
I saw everything change from this spot. And I don't really got a mystery
And also,
Dangerous
having
or not?
interacted with other detransitioning people and people who
And there's
regret
something in
their
that,
transitions. Knowing that there's other people out there like this who have been through transition back and came out of it with great harm done to their bodies and minds. I mean, I couldn't stay quiet about it. Most of the people, the detransitioners that I was speaking to at the time, were adults. Most of them had gone through treatment as adults. And detransitioned as adults. But I knew there had to be at least one other kid out there who's been in the arena just like I have. But I knew they weren't speaking up because of the way that the trans community reacted to me just talking about my own regret and my own pain. And if they couldn't find their own voice,
I know
then
you're eavesdropping.
somebody else has
me
to.
on
And I
nerves.
decided that
Nothing brings folks
I'm gonna
together
take that
like a
responsibility
common
upon myself.
enemy.
And I hope that
You got a lot of
I can encourage other
enemies.
people who are in this
Watch your
situation
butts.
to start speaking up for themselves as well. And So far, there's been quite a few people who have come to me talking about their own experiences of transition and being able to find the courage to start speaking out publicly the way I did. And it took a while until that started happening, and I didn't start doing it myself immediately after I stopped transitioning. When I stopped transitioning, I was barely in my senior year, and it's really severely affected my social life and my school performance, and I just wasn't in a good situation, and I knew that I wouldn't really be in the state to start speaking about it, knowing that what kind of scrutiny was going to come. But as soon as I was out of school and I started making more friends and was regaining my confidence in myself, it felt like I could start speaking up. Because, I mean, I don't really think that anybody is really ready to take on something like this, but it had to happen to me at some point. And I decided I would start small with my own personal social media, and then I would create a Twitter account that I would use just to talk about my story. And I didn't really expect much out of it. I just wanted to get my story out there and hope that it could reach somebody. And then I started having a bunch of parents reaching out to me, telling me their stories of their own children. And then I actually had a few reporters reach out to me, and that really helped to boost my story. And then eventually I had a nonprofit run by some parents telling me that they were just asking me if I would be comfortable with writing my own testimony and having them read it aloud in hearings for state legislature. And it eventually turned out that that state wouldn't allow anybody to speak if they were not in person. So they asked me if I would be able to come out and do it myself. And I was still 17 at the time. I was still a minor. And so I wasn't legally an adult yet, and I had to get my parents to consent to that. And they were very, what's the word here? They're very cautious. They're like, no, you're a kid, and we want you to be safe. And I hadn't really been that far away from them for that long in my life up until that point. So naturally, they were going to be very protective of me. It did take some convincing for them to say yes to it, because I think they realized, like, advocating for myself might be the only way that I'm able to get out of the situation. And I'm very thankful that they said yes, because it's really been life-changing. It's really helped me to develop as a person and to come to terms with what happened to me, because it's still something that affects me today, and it's still something that brings me a great deal of pain. But now that I can use that pain to help other people, it's been a wonderful experience.
Well, you certainly inspired me in many, many ways, and I love your commentary on all of this. And I have a huge level of appreciation and respect for you being willing and courageous enough to actually speak out in the way that you are, because despite all the blowback, despite all the criticism that you are receiving, you are still standing strong and firm. And I think that is an admirable thing to do, and more people should do the exact same thing. Chloe, I am mindful of your time, and I do want to be respectful of it. I've got a couple more questions for you, if that's okay with you. That is, if you have to run or something like that, but...
I'm alright.
Fantastic. Thank you. But what is... Let me ask you this question. Do you know how many people, like, what are the stats on detransitioners at the moment? Because the mainstream media seem to be getting it really wrong.
We have no idea.
Mm.
I mean, people within the community and these trans activists and these left-wing politicians and media outlets often claim that detransition rates are clinically not significant,
Yeah.
that it happens in less than 1 or 2% of these patients. And it seems to come from a single study that was done by Jack Turbin, who is a researcher and trans activist. And this study was a survey of people who had detransitioned due to feeling like they had some sort of social pressure in their life that couldn't allow them to transition, or they were having health issues from medically transitioning. But these people still identified as transgender. This is a cohort of people that does not represent me. They are not detransitioners, and yet this study being done on detransition is being used to nullify the experiences of people who detransition because they regret it, because they either learned to live with their dysphoria, or that this treatment either worsened or did not treat their dysphoria.
I mean, I saw the New York Times sort of have a massive attack on you very much
That was amazing.
recently. You're on the front page of the New York Times, and I couldn't believe it. Like that, a mainstream media outlet, the second largest in the US, arguably the world, has decided to put out a hit piece on you and attack your story and try and discredit and try and disprove your story, your experience, and the experience of so many others. Unbelievable.
I mean, it really goes to show just how low these people are willing to go, that
Yeah.
they will attack a teenage trauma survivor over an ideology. The beautiful thing about it, though, is that in the title, they finally admitted that I actually underwent this surgery, and that this actually happens to kids. If this was published a year ago, they wouldn't do that. They would have said that I alleged to have the surgery, that it was a possibility that I was lying about actually going under these interventions as a child. I think the tide's starting to turn, even if it's just slowly, because just a year ago the argument was, this never happens. This never happens to people under the age of 18. Oh, but when it does, it's good. It's a good thing. And if they regret it? No, they didn't. That didn't happen. It's a very circular argument, and I'm glad to see that it's starting to go.
Does it make you angry that they stoop that low at all?
I mean, it doesn't really affect me when people speak this way of me, because, I mean, I've gotten used to it, frankly. If anything, it's nothing more than just a nuisance. But they included other detransitioners in this, saying that there are only 10 of us speaking out on this issue, that we're a minority of a minority, that our experiences don't matter. Which, the funny thing about that is, since they're on the left, you would think that they would care about the fringe experience, about the smallest minority. But apparently, because it goes against their ideology, they just can't bring themselves to do that. It goes against the narrative. They can't do that.
Yeah, we can't upset or even offend the other minority group that seems to have the loudest voice at the moment, so God forbid that we do that.
Yeah, we won't get funding
Right.
for that.
Yeah, to me, it's bonkers. It goes well beyond my level of comprehension, and I've said many times it makes my head hurt. It does. At the level of trying to understand how these people think, some people are just, I mean,
There was a particular line in that article that was like, let me find it. I'm gonna look for it on my phone right now.
Please do.
It was.
I think I
One
know.
moment. It was something along the lines of like, her testimony during these hearings brings Republican lawmakers to tears. Like it's some sort of performance art. Like it's not real almost. Like it's exaggerated. But it's not. This is just my account of what happened to me. And it's not just the Republicans who shed tears over this. It's everybody in the room. And those who aren't crying, they're holding their heads down in shame. Because they know that this is wrong. Everybody knows that this is wrong. This is not a matter of politics or party lines. It's an apolitical issue. But the left has managed to make it into a political issue.
I cried when I heard your story the first time, and I've admitted to that. I mean, I was on my run listening to your story, and when you said that, how was I supposed to know? And there was silence after that. I just, tears. I'm not kidding. I couldn't see when I was running because it was dark, and the tears are just covering my eyes, and I'm just like, this poor young girl. This kind of stuff should not happen to anyone, but yet it is happening. The level of butchery, and that encouraged me more and more to want to speak out as well. So I thank you for going on Dr. Peterson's show, and secondly for speaking out about all this, because it's encouraged me, it's encouraged so many other people, even though it is really horrific to actually hear. And you're right, those that don't cry, they've got no heart.
You signed the waiver.
They've got no heart. They're so desensitized to a person, a human being that was butchered and mutilated. For what reason? For an agenda, an ideology that has become so mainstream, so political. It's just barbaric. There's no really other way to describe it. It's horrific. It really is. So, I wanted to ask you two quick final questions before you got Chloe, wrapping this all up. What's on the horizon for you? You're 18 years old, you're doing a lot of speaking, you're helping to pass all these bans in legislatures, bodies, which is amazing. What's on the future for you? Do you have any ambitions, any goals in mind?
Yeah, I hope that in the end, these treatments, these procedures will never be performed on a child ever again, because it's never appropriate to mess with the development of a perfectly healthy child for the sake of an agenda. And I think, in general, the affirmative care model needs to be revised, because it's very much a one-size-fits-all treatment. If you feel this way about your body, about yourself, okay, we're not going to question that. You are actually the opposite sex. You are what you claim to be, and we can help you to become your true self. It really doesn't work out that way. And most of these people, both the adults and the children, they have serious trauma and psychiatric issues that are not being dealt with as they need to be. And these treatments almost always worsen them. But I think once it stops being performed on children, once the model of care revives for these patients, I might continue my activism in different subjects. I'm not exactly sure what yet, but I think over the years I become pretty family oriented, and I'm very concerned about family, about children, especially in today's world. And even once ending childhood transition and the transition of the unnecessary transitioning of vulnerable adult patients is going to be a huge step, but there's still going to be a lot more that we have to fight for, especially having to do with our kids, supporting families and mothers and fathers, because we've really devalued all of that in recent decades, and it's destroying our world from the inside out. But I've also kind of been on the artistic side from a very young age. I have a bunch of notebooks, papers just stashed in my closet and in the office of my house of all the drawings I've made over the years, and I think, you know, I've always liked doing stuff like the character design and illustration.
3 minutes left.
As a kid, I wanted to make my own comics, my own like cartoon series. But in recent years, I've also taken up an interest in fashion. The way that I present myself has been a pretty big part of my recovery from transitioning.
Don't let your enemy take this without a fight.
I think it's an art form. I think it absolutely is. And one day, I plan to actually start a brand of my own and selling my own clothes, maybe shoes and accessories. And I haven't really figured that out yet. It's something that's very, very much a work in progress, but I'm really excited about it. So. There's also a lot of other things that I have an interest in, but it's just really overwhelming because I'm still young. There's still so many possibilities. There's so many paths that I can go down. I really want to do it all, but it's also like I get worried because life is so short. Like how can I fit this all into such a packed schedule?
America between 2012 and 2019, the suicide rate for girls aged 10 to 14, it increased by 138%.
Wow.
I think it's something like 75% of girls posting, or users posting on Instagram, are using Facetune. The actual app has become, like, the act of retouching your selfies
test your
has become
light is to
feminist.
test
So
everything.
pretending to look in a way that you don't actually look is now empowering.
Yes, yeah. It's
Is
completely
it?
changed. Well, that's what all the celebrities say. I mean, Khloe Kardashian, she literally face-tuned her own newborn baby when it was born. And she calls it life-changing. Plastic surgeons are talking
Did you
about
show
this
the
thing,
darkness
Snapchat
what light
dysmorphia.
can do?
Women used to come in with pictures of celebrities that they wanted to look like, but now they come in with pictures of themselves with a
Careful
Snapchat
with
filter
that.
on. So I think it's definitely, the result of social media creating unrealistic beauty expectations that are just
Don't
kind
lurk
of
about, Warlock.
robotic,
Until
cyborgian
next
look that you just can't replicate without filters.
If you had a teenage child now, would you let them on social media?
No,
I wouldn't either.
no, I wouldn't.
All right, well, before we wrap up then, what do we do about all this?
Hello and welcome to Trigonometry. I'm Francis Foster,
I'm Konstantin Kisin.
and this is a show for you if you want honest conversations with fascinating people.
Our fantastic guest today is a young writer who's going to shed some light onto whatever's going on with young people today. Freya India, welcome to Trigonometry.
Hi, thank you for having me.
It's so great to have you on. I am a massive fan of your writing, I have to say, and you don't write a huge amount, but all your articles I've read, and I thought this is someone who's offering a new and different take on some of the issues that actually don't get talked about. Plus, Francis and I are now both in our 40s, so we need a young person to tell us what's going on with young people. But before we do all that, tell us a little bit about you. Who are you, how are you, where you are, what's been your journey through life?
So I graduated in 2020. I studied politics at uni, and during that first lockdown, I just started to contribute to a couple of online magazines, so places like The Spectator, The New Statesman, The Independent. And initially I was writing a lot about politics, social justice activism, feminism, that kind of thing. But I felt that I was getting a little bit caught up in what would get engagement, what was kind of trending at the time. So I wanted to take some time to think about, well, what do I actually know and can actually give some value on. And at the same time, I was seeing headlines everywhere for Gen Z's anxiety, epidemics, rise in depression, self-harm, suicide, that kind of thing. So I decided to make that my focus, and I'm currently working on a book which is kind of a deep dive into girls and their mental health, and basically how we got into this mental health crisis.
And, I mean, one of the things you talk about a lot is young women in particular.
Yeah.
What's going on, right? Because we don't know. We keep seeing headlines, as you say, there is mental health crisis.
This war
everyone's got climate anxiety. I joke about it, but you know what I mean. Like, what's going on with your generation?
So I
You
think that-
sound so old, mate.
I am. You've got to embrace the oldness now, mate. But what is going on?
Well, I think there is a mental health crisis. I genuinely do. I think in the early 2010s, there was this spike in anxiety, depression, other things like eating disorders. And I think at the time, a lot of people thought that's just nothing new. That's just kind of adolescence and coming of age. Like you.
What do you think?
Everyone feels a bit anxious, has body image issues at that time. But if you look into it, the self-harm and suicide rate was also going up at the same time, massively. So like in America, between 2012 and 2019, the suicide rate for white middle-aged men increased by 3%. But for girls aged 10 to 14, it increased by 138%.
Wow.
So it's beyond the normal experiences of adolescence, whatever's happening. But I think what's happening now is, young people are having all of those age-old feelings of anxiety and body image issues, the normal stuff, but it's colliding with other things in modern life, like social media, consumerism, all of these things that are kind of ramping up. And I think it's taking those normal feelings and just exacerbating them to the absolute extremes.
138%.
Yeah.
That is absolutely terrifying, and it's awful.
What if the
Yeah.
trap
And you,
is not what
how
we
much
thought
of
it
this can
was?
be blamed on social media, do you think? How much of it can be blamed on the consumerism? How much can be blamed on other factors as well?
Well, social media is a bit hard because there's not actually like definitive evidence that it's social media. So some studies show barely any effect of social media. Other studies show that it's a huge impact. But one thing Jonathan Haidt says, which I think is important, is that when they're looking at studies on social media, they often say screen time, which kind of lumps in texting and scrolling through Instagram, which has different mental health impacts. Like texting is not that bad for your mental health. So I think that's why it comes out as barely any
Depends
impact.
who you're texting.
Yes, that's true. So there's that. So I think that it's difficult to definitively say, but I think if you look at the timeline, so mental health started to decline in the early 2010s, especially for girls. The iPhone came out in 2007, Instagram came out in 2010. You had editing apps like Facetune came out in 2013, Snapchat was doing its AR filters in 2016. So all around that time, these things were happening, and girls' mental health especially was declining. So you can say it's things like the climate crisis or the economy that's affecting mental health, but why would it be girls, and why would it be such a sudden decline at that time?
And Freya, you used something, oh God, I'm sounding so old, the face moderating app?
Yeah, Facetune.
So explain to people,
Yeah.
like me, who are very old, what is this app, what does it do, what is the purpose of it, and what are the effects on young girls?
So Facetune is an editing app, selfie retouching, they call it. And you can basically do anything on it. You can tan your skin, you can whiten your teeth, you can restructure your face. They've just introduced a new feature where you kind of film yourself doing something like walking around a room. You can freeze the frame, edit your waist so it's tiny, and then when you play the video, that will stay for the whole video and it looks like that's just your body. So the technology is just seamless now. You can't tell that it's been edited. It's been downloaded like 60 million times, I think. And I think it's something like 75% of girls posting, or users posting on Instagram, are using Facetune. And the funny thing about Facetune is that, you know, it used to be a bit of a secret among teenagers. Like, they would use it and they wouldn't want other people to know that they're using it. Whereas now it's kind of been rebranded in this whole feminism, self-love thing. So Facetune's marketing is very much about self-expression and girls' self-love. So, for example, on International Women's Day, they posted something like, selfie editing is a powerful act of self-expression, and it was to celebrate feminism. So the actual app has become, like, the act of retouching your selfies has become feminist somehow.
So pretending to look in a way that you don't actually look is now empowering.
Yes, yeah. It's
Is
completely
it?
changed. Well, that's what all the celebrities say. I mean, Khloe Kardashian, she literally face-tuned her own newborn baby when it was born. And she calls it life-changing. You've got, there's YouTubers online there's this guy, James Charles, who's got 23 million followers. And he does this series where he gets, like, preteen, teen girls to send in selfies. And he will edit them. So he'll give them, like, a nose job, contour them, put makeup on them. And all the while he's saying, oh, there's nothing wrong with fixing insecurities, you know, this is self-expression. And all of the comments are like, this is so educational, this is empowering. So it's really interesting to me that it's been completely rebranded.
It's really interesting because before the only people who could do that were the Vogues of the world.
Exactly.
And they would take a celebrity and they would slim them down and trim their waist and whatever else and then present an unrealistic representation of what that person looked like.
Yeah.
But now it's democratized it. Everyone can do it.
Yeah, I think there was in the early 2000s like a backlash to the photo retouching in magazines, and you know, we had growing mental health awareness since then. And I think corporations had to come up with an answer, and their answer is to continue profiting off of female insecurities, but now wrap it up in feminist packaging.
But then there's also the flip side, which when we see morbidly obese people on, and particularly women, in Calvin Klein adverts. Now, I've got no problem with a more realistic representation of what a woman's body looks like.
I mean, mate, given the obesity crisis, that is what a woman's body looks like.
Yeah, actually, I saw a lot of those pictures in New York, so you're right. But you just think, what is going on when we just flip from too thin to endangering life? Well, both extremes endangering life.
Yeah, I think just in so many aspects of life, girls are just being lied to and kind of manipulated in the marketing. I think a lot of things now are saying the opposite of what they are. So editing your face has become empowerment, self-expression. It's become a way to express how confident you are, which doesn't make any sense. And then other things like obesity being healthy, and things like, you know, social media companies saying they want to connect to you, feminists saying that it's, you know, liberating to sexualize yourself online. There's just so many different messages that I think are just lying to girls ultimately.
And I mean, reading your articles, I get the sense that you're someone who thinks about these things quite deeply, actually. So at the core of it, what do you think is going on in society?
Well, I think for the mental health crisis and for young people, I think, like I said, I think they're having age-old feelings that everyone has, the insecurity, the anxiety. And the things that are happening today, I don't think that modern life is just magnifying them. I think companies are tapping into them and exploiting them for profit. So I think when it comes to Gen Z, the worse our mental health gets, the more companies can sell us solutions to our stress and anxiety and insecurity, loneliness, whatever it is. And I think for girls today, they're stuck with this continuous conveyor belt of, you know, apps and products and procedures that are going to make us feel better. But I think a lot of the time they're just kind of superficial, short-term solutions. You know, we're told if you feel insecure, you can get Botox. If you feel lonely, you can get a friendship swiping app. If you feel anxious, you can download this therapy app. There's just something to fix everything for us. And I think that's why Gen Z are struggling and they're feeling so lost, is because all of those normal emotions that you feel are being tapped into for profit.
And Freya, is that the reason why we've seen an explosion in plastic surgery amongst young women? Like, I see young women in their mid-20s and they've had work done, lip fillers. It seems that practically...
Oh, I sound old, do I?
Yeah. That is true, mate. But the lip filler thing, I just find horrifying.
I know. I think that is the result of... the New Yorker did a piece on it called Instagram Face, which is this idea that there's the kind of perfect female face, which is kind of like, it's basically Kim Kardashian. It's like the kind of ethnically ambiguous, big lips, cheekbones, all contoured, everything. And I think girls have been exposed to that so much that they think that's the kind of ideal beauty standard. But the sad thing about it is it's not girls trying to look perfect anymore. It's girls trying to look perfect like a computer-generated image, or like the face-tuned version of Kim Kardashian. And I think girls are then trying to replicate that filtered face in real life, which requires a lot of Botox, fillers, everything like that. Like plastic surgeons are talking about this thing, Snapchat dysmorphia, which is basically that women used to come in with pictures of celebrities that they wanted to look like, but now they come in with pictures of themselves with a Snapchat filter on, or face-tuned, and say, make me look like that. So I think it's definitely, the result of social media creating unrealistic beauty expectations that are just kind of robotic, cyborgian look that you just can't replicate without filters.
And where does feminism come into all of this, Freya? Because you've written about this a fair bit. I take you're not a massive fan of it, or some elements of it.
Yeah, I'd say I think it's become some of mainstream feminism. It's almost like hypersexualizing girls, kind of pandering to the male gaze, doing everything that women were trying to fight against. Whether it's telling us that, you know, it's empowering to sexualize yourself online, or edit yourself, or hookup culture, whatever it is. I feel like it's all been placed under the umbrella of feminism and watered it down completely. And I think, girls are just being lied to about what is, beneficial for them, what's going to be good for their mental health.
And tell our audience, what is hookup culture? Because we discussed it briefly with Louise Perry and a couple of others, but we've never really talked about it in depth. What does that look like?
Well, it's a bit difficult because kind of two things are happening. There's this rise in people having casual sex, but there's also a decline in sex in general. So Gen Z are having less sex than any generation before us at the same age. We're less likely to go on dates. We're less likely to have had a relationship. So it's not like it's kind of this crazy hookup culture that everyone's engaging in. But I think what is happening is you go on a dating app and you're basically competing in a market and you're looking for engagement and swipes just like you are on social media. And I think for girls to stand out in that market and to make sure that you're getting matches, it's almost like you feel you have to engage in casual sex or commodify yourself, objectify yourself online. So I think when I talk about hookup culture, I mean the pressure on girls to engage in casual sex to get a relationship. I think that's definitely happening now, but it doesn't mean that we're having, way more casual sex, because we're not. Yeah.
And why not? Why aren't your generation having as much sex as previous generations?
I think it's a mix of things. I think that obviously we spend more time on screens, so we are more cautious about going out and doing things in the real world, even just making friends. So something that's like a sexual encounter seems really uncomfortable for people. And I also think Gen Z are just quite risk averse about relationships in general. I mean, whether it's from dating apps or online porn or those things, or whether it's just seeing our parents split up. 1 in 3 Gen Z see their parents split by the time they're 16. So I can see how we'd be a bit more cautious about dating and getting involved with that.
It's really sad.
Yeah, it is really sad. Yeah.
And the pandemic must have played its own part in this, surely.
Yeah, I think all of these things were happening before. So the anxiety, the spending too long inside, all of that. So Jonathan Haidt said that teens were already socially distanced by 2019. So the pandemic didn't really make a big of an impact for that.
Take a break here.
But I think for girls especially, the pandemic was really bad because girls really depend on that face-to-face contact. Whereas boys they bond through like side-to-side contact, stuff like shared activities like video gaming, for example. So they spent a lot of lockdown doing that, talking to their friends, gaming. Whereas girls were just kind of passively scrolling through Instagram, comparing themselves to everybody else on their phone. And we saw this rise in school-aged girls having depressive episodes, girls being taken to emergency departments for their mental health. So I think, these things that were all happening before were just exacerbated by the pandemic. And now, we're even further back trying to solve them.
Hey, KK, do you like trigonometry?
Of course I do. Incredible interviews, fascinating guests, phenomenal live shows, and hilarious raw streams.
In that case, you need to join our locals, so you can have access to even more brilliant content.
That's right. You get the chance to win incredible prizes, ask our phenomenal guests your questions, access extra content, and now the only place to watch our Raws on catch-up is on Locals.
Our Raw shows still go out at 7 p.m. UK time, 2 p.m. East.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that?
I think by this stage it is clear that there is not an aspect of Western culture that has not been assaulted at such a fundamental and dishonest level that if you were to continue this game, there's just nothing left. Nothing.
Hello everyone, I'm pleased to be talking today to Mr. Douglas Murray, who is Associate Editor of The Spectator and is now based in New York. His latest publication, The Madness of Crowds, was a bestseller. His last publication, The Madness of Crowds, was a bestseller and Book of the Year for the Times and the Sunday Times. The book before that, The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, Islam, was published by Bloomsbury in May 2017. It spent almost 20 weeks on the Sunday Times bestseller list. It was a #1 bestseller in nonfiction. Douglas and I have spoken several times before, publicly, on my podcast and for Unheard, and he also moderated a discussion I had with Sam Harris. I've just finished his latest book, which is not out yet, The War on the West. When is it out, Douglas?
It's out on the 26th of April, so hopefully by the time people see this, it will be out.
Yeah. So, that's what we're going to talk about today, your new book. I read it yesterday, and I thought I might start with something technical in some sense, terminological. It might be regarded as a pretty inflammatory title, The War on the West, and maybe we'll start with that. What do you mean by war, and why use that term?
Essentially, that's interesting. I thought you were going to start with the West, which is
well, we'll do that next.
A really knotty one to untangle.
Well, we'll do that next for sure.
War, because what I say in the book is that this is what we've been going through. We've been going through a war on everything to do with the foundations of the West, everything to do with the results of the Western inheritance. And when I say that, of course, I mean the war, as I do it bit by bit, on Western history, a war on Western peoples, a war on Western culture, a war on Western religion and philosophy. This is a position that I argue that we've come to in the present age, where everything is bad if it came from us, let me say, us in the West, and everything is good so long as it hasn't come from us. Now, I should stress, by the way, that what I'm describing here is Western anti-Westernism. There are plenty of other forms of anti-Westernism. There's Russian anti-Westernism, there's Chinese anti-Westernism, all sorts of other kinds. But the one that I think is most interesting, partly because it's so pathological, is what I'm really writing about here, which is Western anti-Westernism. Why we in the West have arrived at this strange place where we venerate everything so long as it's not our own. We respect things so long as it hasn't been produced by the society that also produced us. And I do think this is a fundamental assault. I think it's a fundamental assault, as I try to demonstrate in the book, on all of the foundations, the principles, the foundational figures, the heroes, the great stories, the great themes of the West even, have all come in recent decades under this just relentless assault. And I try to explain why I think that's happened. It's not an entirely new phenomenon, as you know. I mean, it's been a strain of Western thought, arguably for some centuries, if not longer. But that in recent decades it's picked up a pace. And it's picked up a pace for some very obvious reasons. After the colonial era, it was inevitable that there was going to be an anti-colonial backlash, a post-colonial movement. But that's lingered and turned into something else, as have all of the other backlashes that I lay out. So I do think it's a war. I think it's a complete and fundamental assault on everything that the West has produced, and I think that's why it's deserving of the term.
So to what end?
Well, that's a very interesting question, because of course it's a different aim for different people. I mean, one of the people I write about at one point in the book is Fanon. Frantz Fanon, the distinguished and highly cited post-colonial author, who, like Edward Said, had a profound influence in the academy. The foreword to his last book was written by Sartre. He was a very, very impressive in many ways figure. But his version of what should happen in the post-colonial era was, for instance, I mean, basically entirely Marxist, and it's one of the ironies I try to tease out about this. That, for instance, if in the post-colonial era people had argued that societies that have been colonized should be returned to a pre-colonial condition, with a return to, let's say, more of the native political and other habits, then that would have been one thing. But writers like Fanon were not doing that. They were arguing that the answer to the colonial era was Marxism. And of course, that has this tremendous irony, doesn't it? Which is that they say, well, this one form of Westernism, Western colonialism, must be replaced because it's Western. And what we'll replace it with is Western Marxism. And so that's just one of the motivations. I think it was a very strong motivation, certainly in the immediate period of the post-colonial era. There are different versions of it now, of course. There's the, let's say, the social one, the one where it's just rather gauche. I mean, of course, famously, writers like Orwell pointed this out many decades ago. Rather gauche to celebrate anything about your own society, and indeed regarded as being slightly backward, a sign of a sort of low-resolution figure that you would do such a thing. Whereas the veneration of other cultures was a demonstration demonstration of sophistication. A sophisticate would do that. But we do end up in this position today, which is much more dangerous than that. One of the reasons I do the assault on Western history, and do it also by individuals, the figures that used to be, and certainly in my own lifetime, I'm sure in yours, Jordan, some of the absolutely foundational heroes of Western history have come in for specific assault. And you could ask yourself, well, maybe that's because they're overdue some reckoning. And I think it's far more than that, and I try to show that. I try to show, for instance, that the interpretation of, say, Thomas Jefferson.
The person who is disconnected from his or her heart is not living. The divine energy is lost. This happened to me. I said, oh, I want to be a writer. My parents said, oh, come on, Paulo. Don't forget your purpose in life. Give a chance to your dream. I'm not saying that you're not going to suffer. I'm saying you're not going to regret.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. 3 minutes left.
Or Winston Churchill, or Abraham Lincoln, has actually become an assault based on the following premise: that if we can take down Churchill, we sort of can get to the roots of taking down British patriotism. If we assault Abraham Lincoln, we've essentially not, and Thomas Jefferson, we've not just assaulted them, we've actually assaulted something that is the absolute root of the American ideal. The heroic story, the heroic figure. And then there's this further layer of that, which is not just with individuals, but with whole societies, so that, for instance, instead of understanding the history of racism as, well, racism is a highly regrettable and ugly human trait which is consistent across all human societies that we know about, and it is a part of Western history. Instead, the whole of Western history is made into a history of racism, in which racism was the guiding force. When, as I explained in the book, when any fair estimate would see it as being an element within Western history, but by no means the thing that drove Western history. So it's this sort of thing.
Okay, so let's concentrate on that then, in terms of the values that you regard as being under assault in this war. What do you think the canonical values are that are the subject of this intense criticism now? And you described Marxism itself, which is also a branch of Western thought, interestingly enough, as fundamental to this criticism. So, if it isn't, the Marxists basically make the claim that, something like the claim that history and human institutions, perhaps individuals as well, are to be understood as manifestations of their class identity. So as some form of group identity. For the classical Marxists, it was class identity. And then history is to be viewed as the battle between an oppressor class and an oppressed class. And the oppressor class is motivated by the desire to exploit the victimized class. And then that's been transferred, I would say, to some degree in recent years to terminology that replaces economic class with race, but basically makes the same arguments. Does that seem okay? So the claim then is that the central motivation is something like the will to use compulsion in the service of group-centered goals, I guess. What's the Western counterclaim, and why? So that's one question. Is there a Western counterclaim, and why should we reject that analysis of history, given that things do get corrupted by power?
Well, I quote in the opening and later on in the book, as you know, a phrase of Nietzsche, which I sort of add to from The Genealogy of Morals. When Nietzsche refers in passing, I think it's such a remarkable phrase, I wanted to bring it out and throw it to the forefront. He talks in The Genealogy of Morals of people who talk about justice but mean revenge. Mm-hmm. Now, this seems to me to be an extraordinarily pertinent insight to our era. When you talk about some of the scholars and writers that I try to tear into in this book, they have I'm thinking of figures like Ibram X. Kendi, Robin DiAngelo, quite a number of others I could go on listing, but these are some of the main ones. They're simply not interested, it's clear, in a sort of fair analysis of the West or its history or its traditions or its claims. They're interested in a form of revenge, and some of them are perfectly open about that. I mean, Kendi is perfectly open about the fact that in response to one thing, it might be necessary to punish another group. He says it completely frankly in his most famous book, How to Be, ironically titled, inappropriately titled, How to Be an Anti-Racist. And it's extremely clear from the work of other people in this movement, people like Hannah Nicole Jones of the 1619 Project. What you're really talking about, you're certainly talking about with the people tearing down the heroes of the West, is people who are saying, okay, you had your go, and now we're going to have ours, and we're going to see how you like it, how you like being talked about in extraordinarily racist terms, how you like being lumped in and homogenized as a group, for instance, white people, Western people, Western traditions. And again, this isn't an entirely new thing. I point out again with one of the most prominent post-colonial writers, Edward Said, who every benighted student who's had to study at almost any university has come across Orientalism at some point. And one of Said's fundamental critiques of the West is that it essentializes people in the East. And, there's quite a lot of points to make about that, but one of them is he's extremely good at essentializing people in the West. He'll refer in passing, Said, to, for instance, your average 19th century European. What the hell was an average 19th century European any more than an average 19th century person in Africa or the Arabian Peninsula? People of this revenge kind were extraordinarily keen to use tools which they claimed to deprecate, so long as that they furthered their particular political goals. And I think that they expose themselves again and again. And the problem in recent years, as I see it in the West, is that this process of revenge has taken on this exceptionally gleeful attitude. People like DiAngelo visibly, audibly cannot believe the luck they have that they can get away with saying the things that they do. And the fact that when asked to provide evidence, they say things like DiAngelo did recently in an interview. There's a collective glee in the white body when black bodies are punished. And her interviewer, who happens to be black, asks her for evidence of this. She has none, so she just makes another outrageous claim. And this has become part of it.
Okay, so let's go into this as deeply as we can. So I was thinking when reading your book about, let's start with the issue of slavery. And it's certainly the case that the people that you're describing and the intellectual and Marxist-influenced types who criticize the more traditional institutions of the West accept it as a given that slavery is wrong. And so you could imagine there might be two reasons for that. One reason would be one group should not have the upper hand over another, or at least if you're the group that's in the oppressed class, you might not want that to be the case. And the other argument is there's something intrinsically wrong with slavery as such, but at the individual level. And so I guess one of the things that struck me is that unless you believe the second, you're just trying to swap one form of slavery for another, and it isn't also clear why it's wrong. And slavery is wrong if you believe that the individual should be sovereign, able to make choices, able to make free and unconstrained choices that aren't subject to the arbitrary will of another. But to believe that, you have to believe that there is such a thing as the individual. That's the right unit of analysis, and that the idea that that individual is valuable and sovereign in some fundamental sense is true. And then when I think that, I think there isn't anywhere in the world where that idea has been expressed more clearly than in the West. And so it's so interesting to see people object to slavery and object to the use of arbitrary power by one group over another,
The hunt has ended.
but also to reject wholesale the individualism, the notion of individual value that's at the heart of the Western enterprise. It seems to be the basis for the rejection of slavery per se. You do point out, for example, that it wasn't obvious that Karl Marx objected to slavery on moral grounds. So it seems too obvious to even be asked, why is slavery wrong? But when everything obvious is up for grabs, then it's perfectly reasonable to ask that. And so part of the problem with setting the group against the individual is that that the people who do that seem to invalidate their own moral claim that what they're opposing is wrong. Like, on what basis is it wrong? Does that seem like a reasonable position to you?
Yes, I mean, well, one of the most fascinating things about this I go into in the section on slavery in the book is that, of course, historically speaking, it would have been highly unusual to be opposed to slavery in almost any era. And there were lots of reasons for that. I mean, you first of all have one of the questions, as you know, that I delve into at one point in the book is, why are the Enlightenment philosophers under particular attack at the moment? And there are various explanations you could give for that. One is that there is a genuine overdue reckoning, that there is a form of Enlightenment, let's say fundamentalism at the moment, that views figures of the Enlightenment as particularly needing this sort of scouring and reapproach. Another is that they happen to have the misfortune to live in an era in which both the slave trade and colonialism, currently seen as the two great wrongs of history of the West, were going on, and that they didn't spend enough of their time countering them, and that Immanuel Kant should have spent more time addressing slavery and less time addressing all of the questions that he addressed, and that rather than talking about superstition and trying to pull that apart, David Hume should have been interested in colonialism, and on and on. So that's another explanation. And the third explanation, which I think is perhaps more persuasive, is that actually, if you go for the Enlightenment philosophers, you get to one of the absolutely key things to assault if you're going to assault the West, which are the ideas of rationalism and reason and the application of the scientific method and much more. But the reason I mention this is because, of course, what's so fascinating is that there are two aspects of the slavery thing in particular that need to be delved into. One is that thing of, well, everybody did it throughout history. And there's a counter which Kendi, among others, do, which is, well, Western slavery was worse because it was race-based. And by the way, that's absolute nonsense. I mean, countless societies had effectively race-based slavery, and indeed it's going on today in the Middle East and in Africa. But there was a specific reason, actually, why during the Enlightenment period, and I cite Thomas Jefferson on this, the very interesting figure, trying to think this through as they were going through it. One of the reasons why Thomas Jefferson is so interesting is because he is one of the most thoughtful people of his era, was still not aware of whether or not there was an answer, or which way the answer went to what was still a live conversation then, which was the monogenesis and polygenesis argument. That was the argument over whether or not all the human races were from the same stock, as it were, or whether we were all from different lines. That debate seems obvious to us now because it got answered later in the 19th century. It wasn't obvious at that time, and people like Jefferson were trying to do what they could with it. So there was one version of the defense of slavery which was, well, these are all totally different people. But then, of course, you have to counter that with the fact that, and again, Voltaire made this point, what is the greater evil? To sell somebody and buy somebody of a different country, a different race, and so on, or to sell your neighbor or your brother or the member of your community. Now, of course, this is just as it was when Voltaire asked the question, it's an exceedingly uncomfortable question to ask today. And I don't ask it in order to say, well, there's an obvious answer, but as everybody knows, the slave trade only existed because people in Africa were selling their brothers and their neighbors and raiding neighboring towns of people who looked exactly like them and selling them to other black people in Africa, some of whom ended up in the slave trade going across the Atlantic, many more of whom went through the slave trade that went to Arabia. So it took an awfully long time for our species to even begin, and we're not there yet by any means. I've met people in my own life who are slaves, were born slaves, in Africa and elsewhere. This is by no means solved by our species, but we look back at it now as if it was perfectly obvious.
Well, look, okay, so my understanding of the history of ideas in the deepest sense is that it's very difficult for people, first of all, to understand that there is a universally valid human essence across cultures, right? And so most isolated peoples have regarded their own citizens as human and everyone else who isn't part of that group as not fully human. And to develop a universal system of value despite that proclivity has been extraordinarily difficult. And then to further make the case that each person, regardless of their social status and power and all of that, is also characterized by something that is best termed intrinsic worth that's associated with their personal sovereignty or their individual sovereignty is also an extraordinarily difficult idea to conceptualize. And then, so first of all, we shouldn't be lulled into thinking that, as you pointed out, that those are human norms in some sense. They're not. Quite the contrary. And then I do believe it is the case that, first of all, perhaps in the religious domain, and we can talk about that later, and then later in the political domain, that notion of divine individual worth was developed and instituted in social institutions most effectively and in some sense solely in the West. And, yes. And we could get into that in one angle. You talk about the British Empire's attempt to eradicate slavery worldwide, and also that was driven by Christian notions and by Christians specifically, and that it also occurred at great expense in relationship to the British Empire's function.
Yes.
So maybe you could just walk through that a bit. We could delve into that.
Yes. This is a particularly important one because, yes, first of all, as you well know, many of the people, like William Wilberforce, who are most prominent in arguing the case for the abolition of slavery, were driven comprehensively by their Christian faith. And so, as my late friend Rabbi Jonathan Sachs used to say, that the claim that morality is self-evident is self-evidently untrue. These people were driven by a specific idea of morality and a specific set of values and indeed virtues. And it's a modern myth that we would have got there anyway. But the sanctity of the individual,
Not true. I do not believe in God.
Let us see what today's guardians are made of.
Because it's the right thing to do.
Life and the autonomy of every individual, the necessity of every individual having autonomy, was at the absolute base of the desire, first of all, to ban slavery in the British Empire, and then, and it was maybe people would say, well, you would say that, wouldn't you, Douglas, having been born and brought up in the UK, but a pretty remarkable thing that the British Empire then decided to spend a considerable amount of blood and treasure policing the high seas in order to stop slavery elsewhere. British sailors losing their life boarding ships without sails that they would search the cargo holds for and discover were, for instance, a Brazilian slave trading ship trying to sneak through in disguise, because of course Brazil didn't get rid of slavery until the 1880s, formally. And Britain policed the seas for this for many years. Thousands of sailors lost their lives, and in the end, as I cite in the book, the actual cost of eradicating the slave trade has been shown by a number of modern historians to have actually cost Britain more, first of all, in the actual endeavour, secondly, most importantly, in the paying out, the buying out effectively of companies engaged in the slave trade in order to make sure that they didn't continue their trade. And thirdly, in the increased prices that everybody in Britain had to pay throughout the 19th century because of the need to pay for goods that were coming from non-slave trading places. These ended up being an exercise more costly than the benefits accrued during the period of slavery. So, The reason why I mention this isn't actually just because of the way I speak or the fact that I happen to come from the UK. It's because it then gets us to this very interesting question, which is, what would restitution ever look like? And what I notice, and what I, as you know, Jordan, in a number of times in the book go into, is this question of reparations, as it's currently called. What one might also call a sort of, what would restitution look like on a number of historic wrongs? And I've been very struck in the last 2 decades in particular by the fact that we have people, and again Nietzsche puts his finger on it with uncanny precision. I'm struck by the number of people who rip at long closed wounds, rip them open, and then scream at everyone about how hurt they are. Because in actual fact, on a whole range of issues of what we're now reminded are historic wrongs, something like considerable restitution happened an awfully long time ago. You still hear people saying, it's extremely popular in American discourse, that America never addressed the issue of slavery. And you know, you sort of think, well, fighting a long and bloody civil war about it would have been one obvious way that they clearly tried to address it. And even that today is poo-pooed. A number of contemporary historians say, oh, it wasn't really about slavery, it was a different power struggle. It never is about the thing that the thing was about. But I'm very keen to address these ugly, difficult corners of it. So I say, if you are interested in restitution, of making atonement for any wrongs in the past, you have to look at what actually has already happened in the past by way of atonement.
Well, there's also a Christian/Western or Judeo-Christian/Western philosophy of atonement. And that is that you atone for your shortcomings and perhaps for the unequal distribution of talents by trying to live a responsible, generous, productive, and honest life. And that it's actually a matter of individual moral striving rather than something that should be conceptualized at the group level. And so I'm struck again, and still, I cannot understand, if you accept the notion that the willingness of one group to oppress another is in some measure a human universal, it's deeply characteristic of our history, and that the reason that that's wrong is that individuals shouldn't be subject to arbitrary compulsion, partly because it deprives the rest of us of their potential value as free agents, and partly because it transgresses against part of their essential nature that's intrinsically valuable. You can't oppose slavery on moral grounds, as far as I can tell, without implicitly accepting those axioms. And so then it's so striking to me that the people who are simultaneously accusing the West of these uniquely awful predilections accept one of the great propositions of the West as central to their entire moral doctrine, and then they accept it so centrally they don't even notice that it's true. They just think it's self-evident. Well, it's not so self-evident. Why shouldn't I oppress someone if I can get away with it? And why shouldn't my group?
Right, and then we have the one now, which is the form of oppression that presents itself in the guise of the victim. I mean, I constantly come back in this book to the people who present themselves as victims and are clearly the bullies. People who claim to be suffering from historic wrongs because it gives them a dominance that they would not otherwise have. I mean, let me give you two quick but quite significant examples of this. Two of the most celebrated writers of the last generation in America are Ta-Nehisi Coates and Ibram X. Kendi. Both of them have been recipients of MacArthur Genius Awards. Kendi is now the only holder, apart from the late Elie Wiesel, the late Nobel Prize winner and Holocaust survivor, of one of the most prestigious chairs in an American Ivy League university. Both of them have written memoirs that have been bestsellers and are highly feted and cited everywhere. And both of them have an origin story of racism that is absolutely risible. In the case of Coates, he describes a moment in one of his memoirs of getting into an elevator with his young child, and a white woman gets into the elevator, and he behaves dismissively towards the child. And Coates describes how he wants to sort of fling this woman against the wall and sort of throttle her for this act of racism. And at no point suggests that actually it's possible that the woman was having a bad day and it didn't matter who the child was, or that she was partially sighted or anything. There's sort of the immediate assumption is this is racism. We suffered it, and we suffered it so appallingly. I'm going to get a chapter of my book out of it. And Ibram X. Kendi's origin story of racism is equally visible, and it's that when he was at primary school in the US, as a child, on one occasion, a teacher in the classroom called on a white girl when a quiet black girl in the class also had her hand up and wasn't called upon. And Kendi gets an entire chapter out of this. And my suggestion on these cases is these people are presenting extremely minimal stories, visibly small stories of, I don't deny that racism exists in some forms today in America, as in all societies, but they present these visibly small examples of racism in order to present themselves as a victim and then present themselves also as the judge and jury over everybody else currently alive.
Defeat is not...
It's also very different to
fight again.
Say that institutions are corrupted or tempted by the willingness to use power or the motivation to use power, and that one of the manifestations of that is various form of arbitrary oppression, and to claim that that's the central guiding principle of the institutions and the societies. And that also begs the question, well, if you criticize the West, let's say, for its grounding in willingness to use arbitrary power and compulsion, what do you propose as an alternative? And why do you believe that alternative exists? I mean, does the alternative only exist outside of the Western structure somehow? What's there except power?
Folks who've stopped driving at night because of vision problems, try this simple ice hack with
Western structure somehow? What's there except power?
It's only power. It's only power, and power in this era, as you know, Jordan, comes through the claim of oppression. That power is best exerted in our era, first of all, by claiming that the person has been a victim of oppression, and secondly, by wielding that alleged oppression, sometimes true oppression, but by wielding it as a tool to beat others. So that, for instance...
It's also interesting that the only reason that works, let's say I claim moral virtue because I'm an anti-racist rather than a non-racist. Well, why does that work for me? Why do I have a platform? Why do I have authority?
Only because our era cares about racism. Only because our era doesn't like racism. You know,
which belies the central proposition, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, if no one cared, if people were psychopathic expressors of power, and that was particularly true of Western people, they just say something like, well, yeah, what's your point? Try to do something about it. And you think that's wrong? It's just because you're weak, and I've got the power, and I've got you under my thumb, and to hell with you and your stupid ideas. But that isn't what people do. And when they're accused of being racist in the West, they're struck to the heart, generally speaking. Yes. They're ashamed of themselves. They'll bend over backwards to apologize. They scour their conscience to see if they can find any example of where they might not have abided by the principle of divine sovereignty somehow, and make obeisances in every possible direction. And so that in itself seems to indicate that the primary claim is fundamentally untrue.
Which, as you know, I write a chapter in the book, as you know, on what everyone else in the world is doing whilst we're doing this to ourselves. And you know, one of my favorite examples, I quote a lay colleague of mine's work on this, is racism within China and racism from China about the rest of the world. There's a term that the Chinese use of white people that roughly translates as ghosts. The idea being that, I think it's Hui, And the idea is, of course, is that white people aren't really human. We're like the simulacrum of a human being, but not the real thing. Only the Chinese people are the real thing. Well, that's really racism, for sure. And from the most heavily populated country on earth. And there's no
and one's certainly willing to use power.
And one's certainly willing to use power. So it's an oddity.
So it looks to me, for example, I've tried to make this case that the central animating spirit of the West is something like the spirit of voluntary association, the spirit of voluntary cooperation, uncompelled choice, recognition of universal human dignity. Now, we all fall short of acting that out and instilling it in our institutions, and I see that as a reflection of that deeper theological claim that we discussed earlier, that each individual is in some sense of divine worth intrinsically and should be treated as intrinsically worthwhile as a consequence. And that out of that, as far as I'm concerned, emerges the entire tradition of natural rights, and they're a delineation of the notion of that intrinsic worth.
The Iron Banner held high.
That's not the expression of the will to power. It's the precise opposite of that. And so,
yes.
Why are we so loath to give ourselves credit for the emergence of that idea and our attempts to abide by it? Why are we so prone to guilt in this regard?
Firstly, because we would go back to that thing that it's regarded as being somewhat gauche and backward and unsophisticated to take such an attitude. And the second is that and there are many other reasons, but a second is the completely misinformed idea, and this comes from America in particular, I'm afraid. It's what America has been pumping around the world in recent decades. The idea that what is bad in the West is uniquely bad, and that comes from a complete and wholesale ignorance, not just of history in the rest of the world, but the rest of the world now. I mean, a total, startling lack of context. I mean, if anything ever suffered from context collapse in our era, it is everything to do with the West. So that it is seen as...
There's another element that... Sorry, there's another element that seems to be worthy of note, too. We're tortured for our moral insufficiency because of the existence of demonstrable inequality. And the call for equity is part of the clarion call for the people who are conducting, let's call it, the war on the West. And the proposition there is essentially Marxist, that wealth tends to accumulate in the hands of fewer and fewer people, which happens to be true, although those people differ. The proportion is small, but the people change. But what's so faulty about that, in my estimation, isn't the claim that inequality exists, or even the claim that there are negative aspects of that might need to be addressed, but the notion that is somehow unique to the social institutions and the economic institutions of the West.
Yes.
I hate that most particularly because I think it underestimates the problem. You cannot blame inequality on capitalism. I hate that most particularly because I think it underestimates the problem. You cannot blame inequality on capitalism.
No, it's foolish. Yeah, I mean, let's take the other options on the table. The remaining flotsam and jetsam of the Cold War. Let's say you could say Putin's Russia. You could certainly say Cuba and a few other places. What do we reckon is the inequality of wealth in these countries between, let's say, the oligarchs and the average Russian? There was a documentary Alexander Navalny bravely made before going back to Russia and being imprisoned, and he had it released after he got back to Russia the other month and was properly imprisoned. He had the release of this documentary called Putin's Palace, and one of the extraordinary things that did a lot of harm to Putin at home, because people were genuinely shocked and upset about this, was that Putin's palace on the Black Sea, which he's been building for years at the cost of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, has, among other things, a vineyard attached to it, and there's a guest area, a guest room near the vineyard, and there's a guest lavatory in the guest room of the vineyard, and there's a lavatory brush there made of gold that costs the same as the average Russian makes in a year. So, there's just one example of inequality in Russia. We could do the same thing for Cuba. Let's look at all of the other examples. Look at North Korea. Look at North Korea. I've seen myself in a country which I visited many years ago, but in a country where the general population starved by the millions in the 1990s, and the military elites were able to get hold on the black market of Blue Label Johnny Walker, one of the most expensive whiskies on the planet. Take any of them, because everyone talks about the post-colonial, I mean, of course, there's post-colonial societies that haven't gone well. There have been post-colonial societies that have gone very well, like Singapore in terms of productivity. You could say that Hong Kong, until very recently, the same thing. But let's talk about the post-colonial societies that didn't go well. Zimbabwe, for instance. What was the wealth inequality in Zimbabwe between the wealth of Mrs. Mugabe, say, and the average Zimbabwean? The average life expectancy in Zimbabwe during Robert Mugabe's reign halved. He's one of the very few leaders in the world where life expectancy actually declined faster than people were living. People were on a treadmill that was getting shorter and shorter with every step. Well, what was wealth inequality like there? What's wealth inequality like in Angola these days? I mean, go anywhere. And it is so obscene to present this as you say, as some kind of phenomenon of Western capitalism. As though any other system around could be better.
And to present it as some sort of rigorous theory. So all economic systems produce inequality. It seems to be the reflection of a deep underlying law that we don't understand that well, about how advantage tends to accrue as you accrue advantage, and disadvantage tends to accrue as you accrue disadvantage. Positive feedback loops of some sort.
Yes.
All economic systems result in inequality, and different societies have evolved different mechanisms to deal with that. But the only system that we know of that's also produced inequality, but also produced the cessation of absolute privation, are free market systems. And China didn't manage that till they instituted free market systems. And free market systems work because sovereign individuals exercise choice over not only purchase but also employment. And so people in the West are guilty about inequality and liable to rake themselves over the coals when its existence is pointed out, but it's partly because they don't understand how pernicious the problem really is, and they don't take credit for the fact that free markets have stopped people from starving. You know, it's only 8% of people now live below the UN line for absolute poverty, compared to 40% in Ronald Reagan's time. That's only 40 years. 40 years.
And you go back to that phenomenon that, again, I don't think there's any evidence that in modern China, the people involved with the Politburo and the people who've done terribly well out of the last 20 years, particularly since China entered the WTO, I don't think there's any evidence of significant fears about inequality between the Chinese elite and the average person. There is something very specific about the Western worry about inequality, which again, like the worry about slavery, like the worry about guilt and historical guilt, is a product of a thing that ought to be recognized as being a good part of the machine. If the machine was so pernicious, we wouldn't care about inequality. We would simply say, as I'm afraid...
Or we'd celebrate it even more, which is a perfectly easy thing to do, which is, well, if I have more, it's because I'm better, and the evidence that I'm better is clearly that I have more. And what's your evidence for the contrary claim? Well, people have intrinsic worth. It's like,
And it goes to another of the world's biggest economies. India. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's an extraordinary culture, very, very rich and wonderful culture, and just the most extraordinary place to visit. But it also has a form of inequality which is grotesque to any Western visitor. I'm talking, of course, about the caste system, which exists to this day, which is a form of slavery as well, and which regards people, if they're born into the wrong class, as being literally untouchable. The untouchable class in India is something you're born into, and you will be in for your whole life. Now, is that inequality? Oh yes. Is it systemic? Hell yes.
Let the wolves
Is much being done about it? Not really. People take a sort of view that, well, there's an old joke about Princess Margaret once being asked, once hearing somebody refer to an extraordinarily grand English country house, and the person says, imagine this coming as just an accident of birth, and Princess Margaret saying, birth is no accident. But actually that view, whether it was correctly attributed to her or not, is regarded by us as being laughable and risible. It's not being regarded as being laughable or at all risible in one of the most important societies in the world today, India.
And historically, that certainly wasn't regarded as laughable in any sense. The notion that you didn't have divine value in some sense, or ultimate value as a consequence of your birth, that was an extraordinarily difficult idea to supplant, uproot, and transform, because that also seemed in some real sense self-evident, and that the evidence was your success.
And I'm afraid here we also get to what I regard as being one of the hardest to discuss but most necessary to identify aspects of what I'm trying to tackle in this book, which is what I go straight on to in the first chapter, which is what I regard as being and describe as a now outright war on white people. Now, of course, this is very difficult to talk about because people say, first of all, you're guilty of self-pity of some kind, or boo-hoo, poor you. But as I show, I think in some remorseless detail in that chapter, if you wanted for some reason to attack Africa, or everyone from North Africa downwards, you would at some point, if you were to be driven by such an animus, you would be attacking black people. If you decided to turn on everything to do with Chinese culture, at some point you would be attacking Chinese people. And so it is in the case of the West, that since historically the West has been predominantly populated, not entirely, but predominantly populated by white people. The assault on the West has to include, and now does include, an extraordinarily ugly and increasingly ugly assault on white people, whereby in societies which quite rightly abhor racism, the only group of people against whom racism is completely acceptable has become white people. And this is to my mind one of the great unsayables but necessary to address issues of our time, because it seems to me that this can't go on much longer. It's an extraordinarily dangerous game that's being played, and one with such negative consequences, not least the consequences of likely backlash, that it has to be had out in the open. At the point at which you are deciding people's futures in the workplace based on whether they're white or not, and that being white means you're marked down, that application to schools and universities involves you being marked down if you're white, that access to medical care, as I give examples of in the book, that you will be deprived of it if you happen to be white in certain jurisdictions. And this, and very much more, is absolute poison in our societies, and I think is one of the things that has to be addressed. If we really don't like racism, we have to tackle the rise of this new racism, which has become totally acceptable and everyday.
To identify Western ideas, let's say, as somehow white, means that you, to the degree that those ideas have a universal value, which might even be the universal value, say, of making the case that slavery is wrong, you have to deny them to other people who aren't of that race, right? You contaminate them irretrievably. I've seen attempts, for example, to make the case that the emphasis on logic and excellence is somehow white, and that to accept those values as paramount means that you've just fallen under the sway of a certain kind of racism. And to the degree that that's faulty in its essence, I mean, if a thing is worth doing, then by definition it's worth doing well, and if nothing is worth doing, then we don't do anything and there's nothing to talk about. And so the notion that excellence is somehow associated with a given race or a racial view is preposterous and demoralizing, and also something that's greatly detrimental, at least in principle, to the very people that are supposed to be helped by such doctrines.
Well, yes, it's possible that the whiteness, that the assault on white people has become tied up as part of the assault on the Western, let's say the Western legacy. And that what is happening is a desire to enact that revenge I referred to earlier, and a desire to take apart what some of us thought was actually an ideal, which is the ideal that the Western tradition is not actually the preserve of white people, but is a universal inheritance. And I say this repeatedly in the book. This is one way of looking at it, is to say one of the interesting things about so-called, a phrase I don't like to use, but let's say white culture, Western culture. One of the remarkable things about it has been, yes, in its negative forms, it has attempted to force itself upon people. In its positive forms, it invites anyone who wants to be part of it to share in it, which is, again, not the case with other cultures. There is no way, even in, let's say, in the political systems of any other country, outside of the West, if you were to migrate there from a Western country, you would not be able to work your way up to the prime ministership, presidency, or even the cabinet of most other countries in the world, if you were an outsider. The West is specifically in our era exceptionally open, and believes that its own inheritance, its own traditions, its own political order, its institutions, not just should be open, but have to be open to anybody who wants to be a part of them. So that's, and that ideal is one of the ones that in the name of anti-racism is being taken apart in our time. She's saying, no, these things only belong to the white people. And as I say toward the end of the war on the West, wow are the conclusions that you get to from there negative. I mean, wow are the consequences of that down the road negative, because, and as I lay out, as you know, in quite a lengthy passage, there is a response to that just waiting to be said.
So, do you think that the core values of the West are tenable and maintainable in the absence of the underlying religious substrate? So I'm thinking about Jacques Derrida, for example, and
Iron Banner. Let the contest begin. Being hunted. Don't let your guard down. That shut them down. The hunt has ended. The wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Don't let your guard down. Another hunt will come soon. Five minutes remaining. You are in control. Show them. That's two. Wolf is not the enemy. Be vigilant. Good counter. Now hit them again. The hunt has ended. Almost over. Don't let them have it easy. You cut their momentum. Keep pushing. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. They got the better of you. Our Guardian fights for as long as they intend to. Find me again when you're ready. Let your guard down. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Let the wolves hunt. Another hunt will come soon. The pack is hunting you. Stand strong. 5 minutes remain. Another hunt will come soon. That's 2. You are in control. Show them what that means. You strike as one. 3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Now you were the wolf. Finish the hunt. The hunt has ended. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The flames have gone cold. One minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. You've almost won, but don't let up. They won't. Another hunt will come soon. A stirring victory. There are days when even the Vanguard gets sloppy. Not like you. You have iron focus. Iron Banner.
Keitel's legionaries are watching, Guardian. Show them why they should stay on our good side.
Of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The hunt has ended. flames are lit, and you are the prey. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. Together, nothing can stop you. 2 down. 3 minutes left. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. All of you together, like Iron Lords. The howl is done. Return to the fight. Everything is yours. Relish this time. The hunt has ended. Flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. The flames have gone cold. Show them you won't go quietly. You will endure. The Iron Banner remembers every outcome. This will be no exception. Iron Banner. Let the contest begin. Down. Now you are the hunted. You strike as one. The flames have gone cold. That's two. I can see why Ikora likes you. Yes, the hunt is on. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far. This is your end. Fight well. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. Keep the pressure and you have them. The flames have gone cold. The flames are lit, and you are the prey. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Everything is yours. Relish this time. The flames have gone cold. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. "30 seconds. Pack is hunting. Stand strong. 10 seconds. Hard fought, but no victory today. There is nobility in defeat. Come back stronger.
Iron Banner. Show me your strength. You're pulling ahead.
Hunt is on. Another hunt will come soon. 'The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Could swing either way. 2 down. Hunt is on. This is your end. Fight well. The hunt has ended. fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. That's 2. 3 minutes left. Howls and no fear. The flames have gone cold. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. Being hunted. Don't let your guard down. Your opponents have nearly won. Show them you won't go quietly. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. They got the better of you. Even in defeat, you show yourselves worthy.
Iron Banner. The Cabal say hunter knives are as sharp as Warbeast teeth, that no armor can stop them. I may have verified that rumor.
Find your prey and end them. Another hunt will come soon. The wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Find your prey and end them. Another hunt will come soon. You're being hunted. Don't let your guard down. The flames have gone cold. Moving ahead. You have an iron will. Ah, yes. The hunt is on. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have to. The flames have gone cold. Everything's yours. Relish this time. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. 1 minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. Ah, yes. The hunt is on. Return to the fight. 30 seconds. Stay on them. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over. Undeniable. That was a battle worthy of Iron Lords. hunt is on. If this is your end, fight well. The flames have gone cold.
Shit, no wonder why that person left that I took the place of. No. You idiots are pushing your team. And then you're running away like fools, not standing your ground. You clearly must be frickin' chilling. Get off of this frickin'
3
game.
minutes left.
Did I see that right? Holy shit, there's a ring 2 in here? Are you kidding?
The wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear.
Fuck y'all. Retard.
Everything is yours. Relish this time.
Trash. Pick up your Lego, put down this game. Now, what I just did is way different than what I complained about other people doing. Why do they load a match just to leave? As you saw, I was put into a match already started with a whole bunch of fools that didn't know how to play. I'm not wasting my time. It's way different than joining in a match just to leave because things go wrong right away. Way different. I actually had the only reason to.
It's time you face the fury of light unbridled. May this help you in your quest. Bonds can break, Guardian, even ones between Iron Lords. Light does not.
This fool was this level. That was where he wasn't supposed to be.
You're one of the best. The Iron Banner breaks the best.
Ah, one of our brightest returns. Careful with that. I know you'll use this well. Don't waste it. Even steel needs sharpening. It's going straight too long.
Red Jack. Wish I could be in the fight.
I know you're busy, Guardian, but the Crucible needs veterans now more than ever. Given time, darkness will encroach again. We have to be ready. I have an entire crucible to officiate, Guardian. Don't make me wait. What's going on out there? Talk to me, Guardian. Victory smells nice, Guardian. But the Red Legion's not gone.
It's Red Legion versus Red Jack. Wish I could be in the fight. Say the Cabal respect and fear you. I see why.
Security scans in progress.
is a greater challenge than any external.
Are the archives data set ever truly
I need a break.
It must have been hundreds from before the travel.
Defend your title all you want there, Grandma. This one drops the mic. You actually have to do something to get this one.
The Traveler is not what we thought it was. Risen by the Traveler. to be back on Earth again.
The archives given and the cryptarchs make it into something useful. Iron Banner. Show me a new legend.
Now you are the hunted. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Hear the howls and no fear. Another hunt will come soon. Five minutes remain. Now you are the hunted. The flames have gone cold.
When I do that shit and the opponents jump in the frickin' air as high as I was, they don't get killed. How the fuck?
Hear the howls and no fear. The flames have gone cold. The wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. 3 minutes left. Another hunt will come soon. Stand strong. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Now you are the hunted.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
I can tell right now my team sits there looking like this the whole fucking match.
Fighting.
So they lose their radar. Fucking morons.
1 minute remains. Now you are the hunted. Learn from this defeat. Even in defeat, you show yourselves worthy. Iron Banner. Let a new chapter commence.
Whoa, stream. I literally just tapped my triangle to get to this gun, and it pulled the heavy. Someone on the enemy team is cheating.
Wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear.
I'm not giving it my all. This team is fucking moronic.
The flames have gone cold. 5 minutes remain. Of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant.
Sick and tired of children being in this game, man.
Another hunt.
All of your
will come
fucking
soon.
parents need to get a smack in the head. And taught a lesson. Do not belong here. Don't you learn anything, morons? Stop rushing into die, you pathetic guys.
The hunt is on. This is your end. Fight well. Another hunt will come soon. Left.
I know all of you can hear me, you fucking shit. Pick up your Lego, put down the game, and then ask your parents, why the hell are you allowing me to do stupid stuff? And then you morons push your own teammates. Fuck off, man.
Light versus light.
I'm not gonna die because of you drooling retards. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck away from me. I'm not gonna die because of you fools. Fuck off.
know you were the wolf. Finish the hunt. Another hunt will come soon. Everything's yours. Relish this time. 1 minute remains. Seconds. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Oh look, one drooling retard crayon eater picks up this Lego, puts down this game. Good.
10 seconds.
That dude's cheating.
Not this time.
He's totally cheating. All of these shots missed. At least one should have hit.
The match is over, but not the journey. When you're ready,
I wonder if the same tool that had that weapon switch glitch.
Iron Banner. Prove you're ready for what comes. Ikora likes you. Everything is yours. Relish this time. Another hunt will come soon. Fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. The hunt has ended. They hear the howls and know fear. Another hunt will come soon. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The flames have gone cold. 5 minutes left. Sound tactics so far.
Well, that's smart.
Down. 3 down. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The hunt has ended. in control. Show them what that means. Another hunt will come soon. All of you together, like Iron Lords. Your opponents have nearly won. Show them you won't go quiet. You're being hunted. Don't let your guard down. You've lost today, Guardian. Look to this defeat for motivation in the times to come. Iron Banner.
Excuse me.
The Cabal say hunter knives are as sharp as Warbeast teeth, that no armor can stop them. I may have verified that rumor. Now you are the hunted.
Sure Seriously, we have two cowards that run away right at the start of the match.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Three leave right at the start of the fucking match. Come on, you crayon-eating retards. Why the hell did you pick up the game?
The flames
go
are
and
lit,
do this,
and
you're just gonna do that shit.
Cut their momentum. Keep pushing. The hunt has ended.
Are you kidding me? Everyone fucking leaves.
The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. The wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. Good counter. Now hit them again. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. You're being hunted. Don't let your guard down. 5 minutes remain. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. I'm calling it. 10 seconds. Can't win them all.
You could have had a frickin' chance of this. Everybody didn't leave. Cowards.
Stand proud, even in defeat.
They literally got killed once and went, oh, what the fuck am I doing in here? And left. Like, how pathetic.
Flames are lit, and you are the prey.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Shout out to people who situational awareness working dog shit. When there's teammates, you don't push them from behind you. Fucking idiot. And then that fucking moron pushes me. Come on. Fuck you. Team, get the fuck off of me, man.
5 minutes left. Sound tactics so far.
Moron. Retard after fucking retard today, man.
The hunt is on. If this is your end, fight well. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. You were the wolf. Finish your hunt. Another hunt will come soon. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Hear the howls and no fear. The flames have gone cold. The hunt is on. If This is your end. Fight well.
Fuck you with your fucking bow, mate. Get the fuck out of here. Getting in the way.
The hunt has ended. Still dead even. You can do this.
Fuck off, you stupid teammates getting in the fucking way time after time after fucking time.
The pack is hunting you. Stand strong. 30 seconds. The hunt has ended. Ten seconds. Not this time. Our Guardian fights for as long as they intend to. Find me again when you're ready.
You guys get rushing in there like YOLO fools. And then every single one of you retards pushed your own teammates to die. Like, fuck off. Stop aiming down your sights all the time. Gain situational awareness.
Iron Banner. This contest will shape you into something stronger. Go.
Fuck off, teammate. Why are you pushing me? You're worse like the last people. Fuck's sake, sweetheart. You do it. Watch this stream. Pay very close attention. This is a whole bunch of fools yet again. Doing something fishy, messing with me.
The flames are lit,
it wasn't
and
allowing
you
me
are
to
the prey.
at all.
The flames have gone cold. Everything is yours. Relish this time. Another hunt will come soon. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far. You're pulling ahead.
Yeah, that's to do with lightning one of them. That's the cheater. Yet again. Every time. It's not locking on. Goes right around him.
Wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The flames have gone cold. The pack is hunting you. Stand strong. The hunt has ended.
Stop that cat. Well, don't bite me.
3 minutes left.
You bit me. Come on, out you go. Out you go.
Relish this time. 1 minute remains. Seconds. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. 10 seconds.
What did I do? Everyone, or every time I'm aiming on the M there, like the magnet.
They got the better of you. Even the most brittle steel can be tempered. You'll be back.
For frick's sakes, I'm so good I can no-scope with sniper rifles without the frickin' crosshair. Where my bullets are supposed to hit. So I'm not just calling him crap, that's 2 frickin' cheaters over there. So good at first-person shooters. I really hate the fact that on console I can't turn off my aim assist. I hate aim assist. It gets in trouble a lot. Teammate runs past you and it starts tracking your teammate. Enemy runs in front of another enemy and boop, it starts tracking the opposite target. You don't want to start killing the full enemy. You want to kill the guy that's almost dead. Or, yeah, vice versa. It's bad. I hate it. And at times it tries to pull you in directions that aren't even good shots. Pulls your good shot out of a bad good into a bad shot. It's like
Iron Banner. Victory is yours for the taking.
Typical. Turn it off now, huh? Typical, yeah, he has poor situational awareness. How the you're caught on camera, Eduardo. You're caught live to YouTube, man. I knew you were up to something and you were worth a report. What the hell's that? Now you're getting reported at the end, man. You may try to hold it back, but I know what you did.
2 down. Now you are the hunted. Another hunt will come soon. The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. The howl will quiet. Return to the fight.
Marsav, get into battle, you fool.
The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant.
No, you moron, you're inactive. Come on, get into battle.
The hunt has ended.
Left side, right side. Left side, right side. Protect yourself. Nerve trooper, you got balls of steel, mate.
You strike as one. Five minutes remain.
Got caught in his cheer, overheard me in the battle talking to the two cheers, and now he turns it off. Now the world sees how bad he actually is.
The flames have
Makes it
ignited.
even more
Let
hilarious.
the wolves hunt. Another hunt will come soon.
Missed him. There's more. Up to you.
Stand strong. Cut their momentum. Keep pushing. The flames have gone cold. 3 minutes left. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. together like Iron Lords.
I don't think so.
It's almost over. Don't let them have it easy. But you'll be back. If you face them again, remember this day.
Iron Banner. Kyle's gladiators whisper about you between matches. They think you're unkillable. Prove them right. Ahead. Being hunted. Don't let your guard down.
Back the fuck off, team. Come on.
Keep pushing. Another hunt will come soon. Light versus light. Hunt is on. The hunt has ended.
3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure as you have it. All of you together, like Iron Lords. Like a line of thralls. You are in control. Show them what that means. They thought they... Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Is on. If this is your end, fight well. Another hunt will come soon. One minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. You are in control. Show them what that means. You've almost won, but don't let up. They won't. 30 seconds. Stay up. Well fought. Few could have done better.
Actually, let's do a little mayhem.
Iron Banner. Keidel's legionaries are watching, Guardian. Show them why they should stay on our good side.
Nothing can stop you. Two down. All of you together, like Iron Lords. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. Like a line of thralls. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. The hunt is on. The hunt has ended. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far. The flames are lit, and you are the prey. Cut their momentum. Keep pushing. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Wow, Quicksilver killed as fast as this gun does?
Flames are lit, and you are the prey. The flames have gone cold. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Another hunt will come soon. together, nothing can stop you. 2 down. One minute remains. That's 2. Everything's yours. Relish this time. Wolves, dogs, coming, Guardian. Finish this. All of you together. Like Iron Lords. Good. When I see you, I see hope for tomorrow, Guardian.
Hello, whoever started watching. Wow, that's taken a long time to load the Iron Banner. the heck is going on? Never seen that before. That's taken way too long for my liking. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay, I guess it was backlogged and froze itself up a bit. So I'm doing the Iron Banner. Oh, excuse me, sorry for the yawn. For this. So hopefully I can do it this one and done. So this can be gilded. So not only will I have Flamekeeper and a gilded Dredgen for the Gambit, I'm trying to get this gilded before it's gone. So the person watching leaves. See ya then, buddy.
Iron Banner. Bring your light to bear, Guardian. When I return to Keitel's fleet, I want to hear them speaking your name.
nothing can stop you.
Killed by pockets. There. Don't do it, Master.
Let the wolves hunt. Together, nothing can stop you. Minutes left. Sound tactics so far. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Fucking team, man. Damn, Crimson has
Now you are the hunted. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Good counter. Now hit them again. The flames have gone cold. has ended. When I see you, I see hope for tomorrow, Guardian.
No, he got in the frickin' way. No, that's why I wanted to do mayhem. Excuse me. haste into Iron Banner with Iron Banner gear. 1, 2, 3. And it gives you an increase.
Iron Banner. The Scions are running the odds on your victory, Warlock. Wait until they see you fight.
hunt is on. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Yes, the hunt is on. The hunt has ended. All of you together, like Iron Lords. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far. They hear the howls and no fear. Make your enemies pay. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Let the wolves hunt. I'm calling it. You are victorious. You worked well together. Hang on to that.
Bitch, die.
5 minutes. The pendulum could swing either way.
Oh my god, necrotic one. Any melee damage items.
The wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. The hunt has ended. Three minutes left. Keep pushing. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. The pack is hunting you. Stand strong. Another hunt will come soon. The flames are lit, and you are the prey. Another hunt will come soon. One minute remains.
Bye-bye.
Light versus light. Thirty seconds. Everything is yours. Relish this time. 10 seconds.
Let That's the wolves rest. This is how you turn it around. Let's go. Let's go.
Over. Can't win them all.
Look to this defeat for motivation in the times to come.
Iron Banner.
Your weapons will find their mark. Unleash them!
They suck at a distance, team. Stick together, fight them at the far. Hold our ground here and we'll win.
is yours. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. The hunt has ended. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far.
I don't want to know these.
Now you are hunting. Together, nothing can stop them. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Not the end. Be vigilant. The flames have gone cold.
I got a kill and a headshot kill. Well, he just pointed.
One miss. 30 seconds. This is the moment Iron Lords live for. Guardian, crush them. Now you were the Lord. Finish theirs. Excellent. A victory like that is why the Iron Banner exists.
one have taken? Dreaming City. Oh, yes, taken Vandals. Yes, yes, yes. That's why. To take a little break from I had better Crucible. Yes, stuff.
Approaching the temple, Petra.
Copy that. Standing by.
Heading inside me.
Bad new upgrade.
Let me have a look at that console. This is some kind of elevator.
You motherfucker, you couldn't have waited. Now I lost all my armor charges. I was rushing for
There she is. Let's bring her back to the light. Eyes up. Keep it up.
Jesus. No. red card. Boy, you don't have one of these.
I have seen the end. We will all fall.
Excuse me. Barrier overload. My bad. I thought I was going in here for the mods. Upgrade. right? Solo Platinum.
Our missions are important, but so are the old traditions. May this help you in your quest. A gift from the old traditions. A gift from the old traditions. Are you prepared for the Iron Banner? Your Vanguard missions prove your power, but you have a duty to the Iron Banner.
Another Golden Age blueprint for interplanetary orbital sails. So rarely poetry.
Focus, Guardian. It's time to fight.
The oldest encryption methodologies sometimes contain the greatest treasures, and sometimes, well, not. Hello, Guardian. Welcome. The world's changing, Guardian. You must prepare and adapt.
Oh no.
The mystery is the thing. You never know what you're going to find.
Actually, I'll upgrade this one.
Yes, Guardian, by all means. Let's get started.
Everything depends on the battle.
Let's get you back out there. Yup. Don't get burned. I can help you.
What have we here? Even undated computer languages are rich in temporal information. Dated file by the...
Nice shooting out there. Good eye.
The Iron Banner is always looking for warlocks.
Are the
I
archives...
told him to do this yesterday.
I wonder, can a data set ever truly be complete?
To give your life so that others may live is to answer the highest calling. The Iron Lords answered with pride. No mercy in the Iron Banner. Your fellow Guardians will respect you for it. Bonds between allies are forged not only through teamwork, but rivalry. The Cabal recognize might, yes, but their philosophy is not so simple.
The archives give it, and the cryptarchs can make it into something useful.
Hello? You there? How's it going, you fool? What's your plan today? Cause so far I was just doing Iron Banner stuff.
I was doing one of the weekly for the because if we want to go to rank 8, we have to do
3 of those and get the 100k. Yeah, I was kind of hoping and waiting, with fingers crossed, that when you were on one day that you would do it too. Wait, what?
Oh, come on. I just did a weekly campaign mission over there, and it's so different counter.
Did you get 100k though at the end for the mission points?
Oh, I don't know. We probably didn't. Oh, that's complicated then. Why is our clan level back at 1? Is that 6?
That's the weekly clan level. Every week we have to do different stuff to get it to go back up. Oh, sorry, it's the season. Every season the level changes, but every week we can gain certain XP.
I mostly got on the Q3 today, and then I was like, now I'll try this out because it's part of my thing. I might go in and get the
Well, like I was saying, I need to do that too, so I don't mind. I was hoping you'd be able to do it too.
One of those season ranks, not to play 1, I just need to get to 30, that's so close. Home level, I should either get it up to one more level, or if that needs one more on it.
Have you beaten the Strand campaign on Legendary yet?
I should have. When I was doing Hunter, I swear that's what I was doing it on.
You did complete it once with that? Okay, because if you didn't, I was about to say, look on the clan chat. I sent a YouTube link for one of the cheeses I found that's pretty recent and still works since they fixed it. And I'd suggest you use it real quick because the previous cheese was only 3 months ago and it already got fixed. So if you haven't, quickly do it. Or if all else fails and you don't want to cheese it, you can ask for my help. It's going to be more brutal though, because on that mission, the more players, the more difficult.
Can you tell us that one that we read?
It's the very end Callus boss.
Oh. I thought you were talking about that one.
No, it's technically not. It's the 2 phases against Callus. In the second phase, he's a melee guy, and he comes running up close. A lot of people struggle with the 2 tormentors that he drops out. So there's 2 phase cheeses. The first phase you can hide under the stairs, but in a different area under the stairs. And then for the second one, you have to use the Tangle Grapple and get up above the bubble shield that drops down when it's saying joining players. So you go on the edge of the map, grapple up above it. You can attack him, and the only thing that can attack you is the Scion, so you have to deal with them. And you just go to town. There's been a lot of people that record videos of it, and they do it in 7 minutes flat. Oh, the Headlong Time Trial. I actually found a cheese, and I completed it myself. There's literally a way where you can stand behind one of the portals, and the spinning red thing doesn't affect you, and you can just keep ducking behind cover when your shield's about to break. Nope, it's down below, so there's only one sniper directly across from you that has a chance of seeing you when it spawns in. I actually tried it and it worked, and then I'm like, sweet, I finally beat it, because remember you and I couldn't complete it? Oh, well, if you ever need to, we could always do that again. And I'll show you where to go for that cheese. I'm actually using Strand right now if you want. Because when you complete all of the campaign on the hardest difficulty, you will gain an exotic armor piece for your class. I got exotic boots called the Swarmers that help my Strand tangles. So now anytime those green tangles are on the ground and I shoot them, and they explode and make swarmers, and my swarmers make unraveling on my enemies.
Yeah.
They're pretty cool. I'm not sure what the hunters, the hunter's gonna have.
I think it's like a globe maybe, I don't remember.
I'm not sure. And then the Titans, they have their own special exotic for this. It is brutal. I took it into the PvP and I've been having some fun. Oh yeah, and being an Honor Banner today, I saw quite a few people using malfeasance, so it made me get a little pissed off and pull my malfeasance out and start making them run for the hills. I love that gun, man. I can't wait till you get it.
This is it, Guardian. Remember,
blow the river.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I don't think so. That flag doesn't look legendary. It's not the red and black and skull crowd. That looks a lot like Be Brave.
Alright, well, let's redo this. Oh. I want to get the new dungeon out and finish it too. We just need a third. I mean, I could always...
We could try it too.
I could always...
How much power does your phone or tablet have? Because my tablet's almost dead. And my charger needs to plug into my headset right now. Because if you have more power, you can make an LFG on the Destiny app.
I could also looking for...
Yeah, LFG on the Destiny app. Looking for group LFG.
My phone's up.
Oh, not that much more than me. I'm at 32. Either one of us, if you need me to, let me know.
I suppose like I could just make a thing there. Type into the game.
Don't forget to click the mic required thingy then. Yeah, this is Headlong Time Trial. Sadly, because I completed it, we're starting at the beginning because I sadly
and in our training with Strand.
But something is still missing.
We will find it together. Perhaps inspiration will strike where we least expect it.
Starting of this. You start up there and you have to run to it.
Let's experiment.
Go through some battles to warm you up into the time trial. We're going to Lyman Harbor. Oh yeah, that's this way. Sorry about that. It's been a while since I did this.
Shadow Legion ahead.
No doubt preparing for a siege. We must take this time to prepare as well. The battle will be ours soon, but now is not the time.
Did you already go through?
We have never struggled harder against a greater evil, and yet we know now what Nimbus taught us. All products of the mind are conjoined in the darkness. Our obstacles and our goals are all contained within. In fact, they are the same. The same as us, the same as our enemies. What if, in trying to master this power, in trying to take control of this conflict, we've been swimming against the river's current?
There, more strand.
Yes, and Vex nearby. A fine time to put our theories into practice.
Come on, blow up. I have shred things I can't shoot on the end of it.
You're not easily fooled by appearances, Guardian. Impressive that you recognize the true goal beneath the noise. Brute force yields little progress, while careful execution paves a path towards a greater power.
Rohan would have said, headlong and empty-handed.
Perhaps our towering friend understood more about this power than even he knew. Think on it. When did you start seeing true success with Strand?
When we helped the Neo Muni by rebooting the power station. What did that have to do with Strand?
Our perspective changed, as did our approach to fighting our battles. We took a step back, saw the broader whole, and moved in keeping with it.
So what? We flow with the river by planning better?
By seeing our obstacles as part of the bigger picture, and using the bigger picture to overcome them.
Above the door, all non-glowing. You did it by luck the first time?
Excellent! That was excellent!
We're really onto something here, huh?
Oh.
What changed?
If I knew that,
Properly
I would
observe
have
phenomena of the light.
launched all
One
of my
needs the right
threadlings and
instruments.
then
And for darkness?
One needs the
completed
right
it.
perspective. I think we've found it. Seek out more Strand and see what this new perspective offers.
Oh yeah, this part. Shoot, I'm gonna have to put my grapple grenade on.
Guardian down.
Out of here for a second. This is bad stuff.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
Even after all that, it seems the Guardian's energy is still stable. Is it possible the perspective shift was all we were missing?
Do not underestimate this moment.
It's alright.
This is the product of humbling training, many failures, and your determination. But you've not mastered this power until you can bring these lessons to
I thought
bear
that would have
under
made you
duress.
chuckle if you
I
liked the
think
game.
I know where this is going.
I have a challenge for you. The VexNet contains many pockets used for testing new subroutines. There is one very near you. Perfect to discover what you can really do with this power.
I don't even know what we both did, yeah. the middle, and then to here. Nice. Nope. Aha. Run away, Harpy? Nope. There's still one more glow. Okay, now it's down. Non-glowing. You're lucky I heard you shot got it. Now we're at the trial piece.
The thing that I least hate. Yay! Sometimes.
1 second, I need the washroom real quick. And I'm back.
This is it, Guardian. Remember,
Flow the river.
well, what are you waiting for?
Hold on before you move ahead. This is the part I'm gonna need. Tangles, not grapple. Because when we get to that big spinning circle spot, I'll be going to the cheese to show you. Well, yeah, so I'll be ducking in there, so I'll be getting throw them, and my threadlings will be helping a lot. Well, remember how many times you and I were trying it before? We're definitely gonna go to that cheese spot. Oh, I don't miss the hunter jump. I was just saying the hunter jump because you only have the triple jump at your best. You don't get to hover and glide. Redirect your oops jumps like Titans and Warlocks get. You have a split
unmasked.
couple seconds to
Now, show your
fix their
fighting prowess.
mistakes. Did it push you off the knee? Oops. Ready for this? Run, boy, run! Right here. And every time the red circle's coming around, you just hide back here. No, this side. Do you see where I'm at? Yeah, so if we go and hide in there, we'll be able to beat this. Trust me, you want to get in there. Hiya, sniper. Nope. You literally hide back here and just kill everybody. Yeah, and you can kill everybody. Yeah, the odd time when I was doing it, like solo, the boss was right in front of here. So I had to keep dropping healing rift a few times. But it wasn't like worrisome, I just wanted to ensure I didn't die. Oh good, I'm just waiting for the red to flop around.
Guardian down.
I can't bring them back to life. Why are you peeking I couldn't even see the boss. Where the hell did you go? Yeah, he was.
Yeah, stay behind the cover.
This is it,
Yeah,
Guardian.
that's what you get. You can shoot everybody from behind it. You just have to
Well,
move a little.
what are you waiting
Left side,
for?
right side. Finish him. Is it a new one? Oh. Wait, game or movie? Huh.
Good. Good. Embrace where the current takes you.
Yeah, you definitely stay behind. Add them across the map. And then move again. Oh, back. Come, yes, come. Open the shooting. Switch over home and there's a hot problem. Right here. Yeah, to the right side. Dealing with the Minotaur right front. Okay, good. Oh, hi boss. Ouch. Did I ever?
impressive.
I bet we could go again. What do you think, Guardian?
One more mission if you got yourself up to this point.
Another time then. You've more than proven yourself.
But honestly, it's
Callis
all
has
pretty
no
easy
idea
up to
what's in
this
store
one.
for him.
Then it gets tough, and then it gets holy shit tough. I don't know why I just had fun jabbing this stuff so I think it's from my habit of being bad company, because you could actually destroy a wall of a building and then break through it instead of running through the door.
Also, a cool fact is we do have the
Diablo 4, or the newest one, from what I've been seeing, there's a whole bunch of mini payments bullshit like Fortnite. It's micro. Well, what it looks like is they said, oh, but what it looks like from what I've seen so far is it's all, yeah, pay to get stuff, pay to get skins. Useless knickknacks. Diablo's really changed. Oh yeah, I went Fire Leader. Do you want to have it back? Oh yeah, that's right, the last one. Thank you. I was just putting weed in my pipe and I forgot.
What is it, like one more? I don't remember.
Yep, there's one left. The big boss.
Oh yeah.
Desperate measures. Oh yeah, it's Callis. If you have the grapple grenade on, we can get through both cheese spots. I needed it for legendary. And it's going to be even more brutal because there's the two of us. So don't run forward, just stay close to the Strand and empowerment thingy. So... Oh yeah.
Guardian, all of our training, all of our losses, it's brought us to this moment. We must stop Callis from reaching the Veil and establishing a link to the Traveler.
Final stand, baby. If I can get this old Ishtar-era orbital beam thing up and running, might come in handy.
I would suggest exercising an abundance of caution around untested Ishtar technology.
I miss the old go-in without a plan and hope for the best of Cyrus.
That is a gross mischaracterization.
Today shall be the end of Callis' reign. The Shadow Legion will submit or be crushed beneath my heel.
Oh, you have Strand, so I know you at least completed it on Dawn. Do you remember this part of the mission?
Guardian down.
Oh, there's some enemies got in my way, so I had to make a quick detour while recovering. I love this gun. Oh, what's it called again? Aisha's Embrace.
I got it. Something +1. Your CERP.
Oh, Cerberus +1. And it's okay, there are better exotics of the same type, but it is fun.
I got it.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple barriers and multiple tanks. What happened? Where'd you come from, Invisible Day? Yeah, my Cerberus +1 was a free drop as well when I got it. No, Destiny 2 has been out for about 5 years. Cade's Death is 4 and a bit.
airspace now. Something's not right though.
4 years and I don't know how much exactly. Yeah, because he didn't die right at the beginning.
They've set up anti-air guns in our city. Eradicate their weapons. I will not subject any more of my soldiers to such fruitless deaths.
I mean, a year before that update happened. And I quit for like just a small period of time, and I came back for Cade's Death. Because I was like, no way did they kill off my favorite character and I'm gonna miss out on what's going on. Uh-oh, I only have one gold thing to pick you up with. Don't die again. Haha, get out of here. Who's left? Aha, that's it. Watch Die Hard? I'm actually glad you didn't say the next part, even though I don't really care, because I swear my stream a lot anyway. You want to jump right up to the battle? power out of death. This is a homing rockets. But you're gonna hate the next part. There's gonna be a tormentor. Tormentor. I know, he started it and it spawned me over here after the time down. Now the torment is released. Now is when he'll grapple a hold of us. Move, move, move! Silences us. Committed seppuku, suicide. I am unworthy.
Anti-air guns are neutral.
I think so. Yep, he literally fell down here and I'm looking down, I'm like, yeah, there's nowhere he actually fell to. He should be dead. And then it moved on to opening up to the next squad. That was cool. It's not often you see enemies do that.
Than I thought. It hasn't been turned on since the Ishtar days. Hope it still works.
With the Empress's Legion routed,
yep,
it may be our last line of defense.
Sounds like someone's coming around to the untested Ishtar
Oh yeah,
weapon.
you should have a chest being your first time on here. You collect all of your loot? Okay, good. Now comes the big fun battle, and Kaido's on our side with some of her friends. So.
I think I got it.
Dead
Whoa! Did you see that? Totally pleasant.
Keep the turrets under our control. They're vital to our defense.
Up for a certain point, and then it turns into you have to be very careful. Oh Oh yeah.
Enemy tanks are headed to your position.
Did you look within?
Job for untested Ishtar weapon. Take the targets, Guardian. You tag him, I'll frag him.
Yep, one on the left, one on the right. One's on the left, right there. And on the right. He's got the right side. Yeah, unless you get to it first.
The defense relay's overheated.
There's no end to them. Osiris, what do we do?
Remember your training. You only have one goal. Keep them from the Veil.
Chosen to ally yourself with a gutless traitor worshipping a false god. We are Cabal. We eat the mountains. We drink the seas.
Yep.
If any shred of honor left, then at least give us the pleasure of a worthy battle.
Rally banner, need ammo. It'll give you, the rally banner will give you ammo for every ammo that you need ammo for. But yeah, I have the grenade thing here now.
There's no end to them.
Guardian, it's our day to die. We shall be immortalized in legend
Guess
together.
what? Now we can't die. And at one point there's going to be two... Oh, that's the next wave. There's going to be two tormentors. Retreat to the top of the stairs.
No more turrets. No more defense relay.
Yep, here's the tormentors. Oops, okay, in that case we're going to pick on the same one at the same time. So, tormentors, that'll get bad. Back up, back up, back up. The other one's on the right. Focused on me in the head. Never mind. They're not dead. The one that we were shooting at is the target. He just ran over to this side of the waveform. Shoot the one in the center. We don't want to be double cloned. while we were focused on the beach. Which is okay. It wasn't they're backing up. Back on, out of his way. Oh wait, we're going to switch. Let's focus on that. Oh, charge to you.
Exposed. Keep them away from it at all costs.
Now you should have some more chests.
Leave the Emperor to me.
I'm gonna quickly put on grapple.
You must reach the Veil before the Shadow Legion. Do whatever you must to prevent the link.
Did you get your chest? Should check at the end because it might be level ups, power level ups. Watch your steps, she's a doozy, and if you don't trust your drop, you can run around circles.
Will
Keitel
be okay? I have a feeling she can take care of herself.
Empress Keitel is buying you time to find the Veil before the Shadow Legion.
Take a jump.
Don't squander this opportunity.
According to Neomuni lore, the Veil is deep beneath the ground.
True Vanguard.
Way deep. Whatever you find
You
in there,
leap before you look. You just, nah, screw it. I can come back to life with my
Keitel is
ghost.
holding off Callus for now, but she's outnumbered.
You see? What does it say? Ishtar? Ishtar Collective?
I'm sending you a
There's
visual
two of
feed.
them. This is now the second
use your
time we've
help
ever seen an
navigating
Ishtar
this place.
Collective building.
Incredible. Just like the archive on Venus.
The first one was
You should
Venus.
be able
I was
to
just waiting
access
for
that
Osiris
Ishtar
to say
terminal
that.
like any other.
You have your grapple on, right?
Yep. Oh yeah. If only we could come down and
Oh, this part?
That must be the Veil. It's massive. I feel a little strange. Don't know how to describe it. It almost gives me the same feeling as the Traveler. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Let's press on.
It makes Because once you beat this, I mean, legendary, and you go back to through this area to do something else,
For both our sakes,
you learn
please
something
don't
else.
fall.
That makes that first part
looks like the veil
make
goes even
complete
deeper.
sense. Yeah, sure. But at the same time, it brings up a few more questions of, okay, so why did that person help us? And How did they know about it so many years ago? Before they even met us? What? Cade 6. Crow is Marasov's brother.
Is this
Uldren Sov? And as soon as he got his light to hide who he was, because he knew everyone was gonna hate him, he called himself Crow and hid behind his hunterhood cloak. Always had it up. Until one point when we find out who he actually is. But yep, he's the killer of Cade.
I held them off as long as I could. Callus is coming for you. It's in your hands now, Guardian. Give him the end he deserves.
Down to this spot.
I'm reading major shockwaves in the vault. The Emperor's smashing through that place.
Hurry, Guardian. We'll get them before you.
The vault of glass is just what? So don't go past here. Pick it up and you have your grapple, right? You have a double grapple, correct?
I've been waiting for this day a long time, Guardian. Come, let us revel in this exquisite moment.
Okay. So this is going to be the tough part. You will have to stay where you're at, okay? I'm going to have to get back up top. It's a lot easier for me to... Shit. This took me 7 tries solo on my Warlock. The hardest part is this first phase. Trying to get to the first phase cheese. Do you want to skip it? Do you think we can deal... Okay, so, yeah, the first phase without the cheese, and do the second phase with the cheese. Okay, I'll just explain quickly what it is. So directly below here, yeah, you gotta get below here, because they stopped this being right under the stairs here. Some smartass found a way of going from here, because he was a Titan, he just jumped, hovered, turned, and went through. But you can also get them down there. And since you have the double grapple, I got my hunter to up there, so I know it is possible for a hunter. But you get there and you get to shoot from underneath the stairs. It's recommended you use Osteostriga because its bullets do the poison, so it helps a bit. But once he's almost dead, that's when you leave and get up top here, and you see when these things right here, when it starts doing the timer, when he's turning into phase 2, they come down, and it starts the countdown. Well, you have to be on the outside of that bubble, and grapple up and behind it. If you grapple in front of it, it'll pull you into the bubble. And we don't want that. We want behind it so we can go up and on top. And then once we're on top, we can attack him, and all we have to deal with is the Scions on the ground, because they somehow can still hit us, but nothing else will. You ready for this? I just hate the Tormentor for step. What? Take some grenades. Tangle yourself up and get beat. No, you don't! Oh shit. No! Yeah, I got thrown off and I couldn't save myself. Shit. Well, I haven't completed my Witch Queen on Legendary yet either, so I'm down for that. Oh, I know, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm down for that, because I haven't beaten on Legendary, so even if we just start him off on the normal squad, that'll still be cool. Just a moment. Finishing a couple of dudes. Like that's crazy. This is even more brutal than on solo. The enemies take more to kill. Even the red abs. you strand empowered? Okay, because you're not glowing green, I was just wondering. Not on my side. Oh, it only shows for me. Oh. Oh. So did I.
Guardian down.
No. Gosh. I know. Yep. He was brought within finisher range, so when he jumped back to us, it was his own mistake. On me! Shit, my life! Oh. I am lucky. Do not die. I gotta try and make my way back up, okay? I'm back up. I'm in trouble. Bye-bye, suicide. Hold on, I'm surrounded by enemies on all sides. I'm dead. Shit, help me up, help me up. goblins. Why did you run away? I needed help! If I ran away, I still would have been shot at from behind. We're gonna have to wait for the light fall and try again. That was it though, because that was the last Tormentor. So we can do it. stand up completely. Damn.
I've been waiting for this day a long time. Come. Let us revel in this exquisite moment.
grapple up here if you need to get to cover. Just look straight up for the light. Grab me? Yeah, they grabbed me a few times. Do you want to try for the cheese? Or no? What I did for my warlock. No, I overshot it. No! What the hell? How long do you want to keep trying for this? You're done on this? Okay. I was just about to say, I want me to make you fire leader so you can change it to something else. Okay. Okay, no fun. Yeah, I'll be on game for a while. If you don't see me on Destiny, send me a message on my companion app. I'll probably just be on one of my other games. But yeah, I'll probably be gaming a long time. It's only 6 PM here. Yeah, it's 6:54 here. Pretty much 7. Okay, have a good one. See you. Okay. See you.
Our missions are important, but so are the old traditions. I've had my reservations about Keitel and her kin, but their discipline, their loyalty, that is something to be commended.
Let's get started. Worth fighting for.
The Crucible beckons, Guardian. Will you answer? On your way, Guardian.
My lord, the Crucible arenas are holding.
Status pending.
They say the Cabal respect and fear you. I see why. Red Jackson, this is our site 9940 in the Vanguard.
Hello, Guardian. Welcome. Okay, then. What have we here? Even undated computer languages are rich in temporal information. You can date a file by the symbology it uses.
Huh.
Everything depends on the Vanguard. I can't believe how good that Crucible is.
translucent hive, risen by the Traveler. I've had my reservations about Keitel and her kin, but their discipline, their loyalty, that is something to be commended.
Everything depends on the Vanguard.
Bring your fiercest light. You'll need it.
settlers all this day.
What if the Traveler's not what we thought it was? What if the Traveler's not what we thought it was?
Thank the Traveler for data compression. Now, get it up, please.
if the Traveler is not what we thought it was? What if the Traveler is not what we thought it was? Light doesn't grow unless you feed it worthy opponents. You're one of the best. The Iron Banner breaks the best. Light versus light.